To day 2 of the inquiry. People turn their morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Mr. Linus.
Morning, ma'am.
Yep. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Have we got Mr. Booth somewhere?
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Oh, there we go. And Miss Street, yeah, excellent. Just checking that we've got everybody before we start. I just saw Mr. Patel arrive, I think, just at the very last moment there. Anything arisen over the adjournment that I need to be made aware of?
Not from the council, madam.
No, nor from the applicant, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, you're all right, Miss Strick? You're on mute. You're on mute.
I don't think she can hear us telling her she's on mute.
No.
Oh, she can. Did it by sign language. You just can't turn. Is there something you want to say? Oh, okay. Do you want to log out? Do you want to drop out of the meeting and come back in, and we'll wait?
I think the problem is she's muted and she's not sure how to unmute herself.
Yes.
She's trying, but it's not working, and that happens sometimes. But usually it resolves by going away and coming back again.
Right.
The only other thing would be for her to maybe turn off, I don't know what, reboot the computer or the laptop or something.
Turning off and turning on.
Indeed.
Contested.
It's amazing how often that works.
Yes.
For no logical reason, I suppose.
Just while we're waiting, ma'am, can I just check that we've got screen sharing capabilities for Mr. Patel? I think we have, but I just want to check. Are you there, Mr. Patel?
We hear you loud and clear. I'm not
okay.
Have you got screen sharing?
It should say that it should have said when you logged on that you were a presenter, which allows you to screen share.
Okay. We can. Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, we couldn't do that technical check earlier, ma'am. Good.
Sorry,
Strax back in the meeting.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't unmute on my other laptop. Very odd.
Gathered that, yeah, but you're in now and we can hear you.
Thank you.
What was it you wanted to say?
No, sorry, I didn't want to say anything. I'm okay now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much then. So, Mr. Warren, would you like to introduce us to your first witness, please? Thank you.
Thank you. It's Mr. Patel. I'm the architect of the Homebase scheme, and if I could ask him to come onto the screen. There we go.
Yes.
Yes, morning, Mr. Patel. Can we have a quick sound check?
Good morning, Mr. Warren.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much. Testing. I can hear a little bit of bounce back from me in your office, but it should be okay. And ma'am, what I'm going to do with your permission is to introduce Mr. Patel. And then, as you know, he has got 15 or so slides from his evidence as the basis for what he wants to say in chief. And I'll take him, he and I will work through those. I anticipate that we're going to be about 45 minutes to an hour max, I would have thought.
Super, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Patel, if you're ready. Your name is Pankaj Patel, is that right?
Yes, it is.
I'm looking at page 1 of your proof where you set out your qualifications as a registered architect and a member of the Royal Institute of British Architects. And you set out your the rest of your qualifications there and your awards. And you are a founding director of your firm, Patel Taylor, based in North London, is that right?
That's right.
And you refer to other work that you've done over the years. In relation to this site, you tell us, this is Roman 5 on page 1, that you've been involved in developing the design proposals for the Homebase site. Is from the inception of your firm's involvement, at least with the site, is that right?
That's right.
Great. Okay. Without further ado, then, can we go to the first slide? And Mr. Patel, either you, because I know that you've got Mr. Patel for his evidence in chief, ma'am, has got one of his colleagues assisting with the clicking through of these slides. Won't be there, obviously, during cross-examination. Either you or I, Mr. Patel, when we've reached the end of each slide, can ask for the next one to be put up. So we'll just play that slightly by ear. This is the introductory slide, I think, isn't it? So do you want to go to your first main slide? And
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Good
morning. Good morning to you all. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I'd like to start with talk a little bit about the context. It's interesting to start look at and describe the context the site finds itself. I hope you can see that slide.
Yes.
Okay. What's interesting looking back historically, this site was a place for market gardens in the 17th and 18th century. In the 1920s, the Great West Road was commissioned to be built to stretch from London out going west across the site. And in a way, that sort of marked one of the first transitions that this area has gone through. This created opportunities for many commercial plots, for factories, for breweries, for manufacturing and global brands to inhabit this stretch of the road itself. And this in turn created many, many job opportunities in the area, helping its economic prosperity. That in turn also gave an opportunity to develop some of the residential grain around this area to create more extensive housing through the war period for the people who work in this area. In the 60s, a little bit of a transformation happened. The manufacturing industry declined a little bit. And by the 1980s, we had a number of different uses coming into the site, to range from office buildings to other commercial outlets and retail outlets. And this, in a way, came to the 21st century with the Sky campus deciding some 10 years ago to move into the area. So this has been, this is the nature of uses and type of buildings that were existed on Great West Road. What's interesting to note, the drawing on the top is how the Great West Road is made of two particular characters. As the Great West Road starts from the east to go to the west, it actually brings that commercial activity from London, stretching it out right to the junction of our site, which is identified as 1 in the bold red outline.
Yes.
And at the junction of Great West Road and Cyan Lane, which runs north-south, as you can see in that drawing, there's a transition of the character of Great West Road to a different character. It has a slightly more suburban residential character on Great West Road. So here we have, in this part of stretch of Great West Road, these two contrasting characters. One's a smaller scale residential grain, and one's a larger commercial grain that's existed to regenerate this area, become an iconic street, and be part of this area in a very special way. Also worth noting that our site, which is picked out in red, you see there, it sits at the threshold of this transition between these two character areas. It marks the Great West Road's larger grain and sits alongside a wide formal road, which is Cyan Lane, some 45 meters wide, with a finer grain of residential sitting on one side. So this is how the site has evolved through. What's also interesting is the character of Great West Road is defined, as you see by these illustrations of buildings below. It has some stunning 1920s Art Deco manufacturing building, global brands, banks, Gillette Tower still exist there and make an amazing heritage legacy for this site. And over the period of years, as the other industrial manufacturing buildings have been removed, a range of brick and metal and glass buildings in the form of office buildings and industrial buildings have been inserted within this grain. Particularly to note is view 5, which is the middle image, and the column at the bottom is the big change had been also a major brand like GSK deciding to design an HQ on the site with a large office building and a tower begin to emerge on this site. So it's a area of a very mixed heritage and mixed building volume and heights. The character of Great West Road is obviously informed by that architecture language, but also by the nature of the space. Great West Road is some 35 meters wide. It's got a 6-lane of traffic running through it. And it actually has, in a way, 2 types of buildings which define it. You have buildings which are marked in green, which create a positive contribution to the Great West Road by sitting on the edge of Great West Road and addressing the streetscape, having some active frontages, entrances on the streetscape to inform that public realm. You have a second category of buildings, which you could term as being slightly having a negative contribution to the area, which are described in the orange tone there, which are buildings which set back from the Great West Road and they offer up a yard or a car park between itself and Great West Road, and that's how they contribute to the streetscape. So those are the different type of buildings that exist on the site. And interesting to note the nature of our site, which is picked up in red. Next, please.
Yes. Well, just pausing there, Mr. Patel. That last point about green frontages and orange, if you like, frontages is a point. Is it about the degree to which those buildings address the street, how close they are to the street, and whether they, by contrast, they've got car parking in front of them? Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Is that all we have on that slide?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's have the next one then.
These sort of next slides begin to illustrate a little bit more of the character of the current site Homebase and its contribution to the public realm. The drawings clearly illustrate how the Homebase site sits on the Great West Road, how far it sets back from the main road, from the pedestrian edge, and how we've got a sea of car parking between the pavement and the building itself. And that relationship is mimicked by the buildings next to the Homebase, which is Skoda garage as well. A similar sort of theme runs through. As you look at the top right-hand image, we move around the site from Great West Road to turn the corner into Sign Lane. You can see that exact streetscape treatment runs along that curve and along Sign Lane itself, creating a very unattractive public realm, unlit, not any active frontages, and probably a little bit unsafe for people to walk through in the midst of winter, I would suspect. The slides on the bottom level begin to describe the experience of walking from south to north on Sign Lane. The first slide illustrates the site sitting on the right-hand side of that slide with the pavement, with a fence edge, and then a car park and the building that looms across it. And the slide in the middle then shows the only contribution the current site makes to Sign Lane is the announcement of this large industrial retail shed with a blank frontage and a sea of car parking space to relate to. That is in complete contrast to the slide on the right-hand side of how the Gillette Tower in the 1920s was designed to sit on the edge of Sign Lane, offer up some soft landscaping, some of the active frontages and entrance been announced on that street front, and the building relating back to the public realm. And that's the contrast between those two key buildings. Next slide.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So having looked at that site, I'd like to talk about the concept we developed for the site itself. The drawing on the left-hand side is a diagram that illustrates the challenge of the site. You can see in that diagram that this area around our site, which is picked up by the cursor you can see there, which is in there, sits at the threshold of these two contrasting grain. You've got the large grain of the commerce, which is in red, and we've got the blue grain, which is the residential finer grain that sits around the context itself. The challenge for us was, how do we insert a building into this context? We wanted to create a scheme that can reconcile these two grains. The concept was to create a composition of a collection of buildings to describe the scheme you see on the right-hand side, with the idea that these collection of buildings come together to accommodate the brief for the project. Each building would then be shaped and articulated, informed by this immediate context to make a reference to it. And each one, we would then go on to develop a distinctive architectural language while creating a carefully considered composition. So that's the main approach to the site and our concept to address the challenging context.
Could I just, before you leave this slide, Mr. Patel, ask one supplementary question, but just about grain with which this slide is concerned? When you are describing an idea about reconciling different grains, and the inspector will understand this obviously, but what do you mean by grain? Is it 3D, 2D? What is it exactly about the project and the area that you mean when you use the term grain?
The drawing is sort of highlighting sort of the grain in 2D, in the sense that the red building sit on our side. The idea of that building would address the Great West Road in its form and shape, and then the rest of the buildings would address the residual grain that sits around it and have that sort of particular feel to it.
Okay, all right, well, we'll come to see how that worked its way through shortly. So can we go to the next one?
Then just moving on to talking about highlighting some of the site constraints and challenges. Drawing on the right-hand side illustrates many of those. I'll just highlight a few. We start to talk about the Great West Road is obviously an amazing asset because it runs the site, gives the site an amazing frontage. It just provides a challenge with connectivity running north-south, and it has some, at the lower levels, there's probably noise and air quality noise levels that we have to deal with. The site is next to the proximity of some amazing architectural heritage. It's highlighted there, the Gillette building, the NetWest building, the Coty building, and the amazing heritage legacy that goes with that. We're also aware of, in the longer views around the context, the views from the historic parks, the landscape, they were going to be also an important element to inform how we distribute the massing in 3 dimensions of the building. The site also has an opportunity to relook at the lack of connectivity between the existing pedestrian routes as you come out from Signland Station, go towards north, towards Gillette Tower or to the Sky Campus as people move north. The site also has, as highlighted in our drawing, a sensitive edge along Sign Lane, described as Northumberland Garden grain that sits against it on the western edge. And some of the advantages are also worth noting. There is, you can see from the diagram, there's a general space between the site and the adjacent buildings. So you see it from Great West Road, we got some buildings that are 87 meters away, 65 meters away to Gillette Tower, on the 40-45 meter distance between our building and Northumberland Garden frontage itself. And looking further south, we've got a distance of 60 meters between buildings. So that's a great positive. Obviously, having the Signland Station is a great opportunity to maximize the potential of the site. That's a great asset. What's also interesting is the site, as it goes from north to south, drops by about 3.5 meter levels, and that's a great asset as well. And we were very lucky with the sun and the orientation pattern that's picked out on the drawing, allowing us to do a really interesting layout for the scheme. So those are some of the constraints and advantages.
Just dwell very briefly, Mr. Patel, on that point about the sun path. Just say a little bit more about that.
Obviously, these sites, each site is particular because of orientation. In this case, we've got a very generous sun path running our site, which allows us to then take clues about how we might arrange the buildings on the around the site in order to get fantastic daylight sunlight for the public realm and the gardens that we create within the site, and creating quality homes.
Okay, thank you. I think you've covered those notations in the main on the left-hand side. Thank you. Next one.
Also worth highlighting some of the opportunities this project gives us. And obviously one of the key opportunity is the Tesco store decanting from the current site to this site in one way, because it gives an opportunity to create positive frontage onto Great West Road and Sign Lane to enhance the public realm by adding greenery, creating better routes to go around it, and thereby creating and solving the connectivity challenge of creating a experience to come out from Sign Lane, which has got active frontages, better greenery, wider public realm to connect up north. Also, it'll allow us to create around the site, as you can see on the south and the east, to fulfill the vision for the Great West Road Regeneration Plan about creating alternative green routes, which can help regenerate the industrial hinterland that sits between the railway line and Great West Road. And also, this will also allow us to create a positive transition in townscape of the buildings, and importantly, it allows us to create a scheme which complements the existing heritage of the Golden Mile and make a 21st century addition to that amazing iconic road frontage.
Thank you.
Next slide. I'd just like to talk a little bit about the consultation process we went through. We consulted a wide range of parties from the beginning commencement of the project running through it. And this diagram, in a sense, sets that timeline out. In general, we went through probably, you could describe 3 key rounds of consultations with the various parties at various stages, collecting, presenting schemes, collecting feedback, having discussions, and then informing the following stage. We consulted the local residents, which we did by having a consultation cabin on site. We had meetings with OGRA over that period. We had a series of meetings with the community liaison group on specific topics. Some 6 or 7 meetings were held, and obviously we met with the statutory authorities in the sense of the police. We had 2 DRP meetings, a GLA, Historic England, and a number of meetings with the local authority. And what we used as a means of consultation has been, as I mentioned, we had a consultation cabin on site from the duration from October 19 to 2020. People were encouraged to come in to leave comments and look at the scheme as developing. We had a series of public exhibitions. We also had a very interesting site walk and talk with the local residents to walk around the site to gauge their views about what they thought were the great aspects about the site and the things they wanted us to look at. And we also had a digital presentation that we went through in 2019 and 2020, which is very well attended. And then we worked through each of the rounds running through with a series of meetings. The first round, we had a pre-app, a GLA, a DRP, a public consultation, with a site walk and talk, and we had workshop with OGRA. That feedback allowed us to develop the scheme in a little more detail for the second round, and we expanded the consultation to include Historic England, the police, and we had 6 meetings with a CLG group who wanted to break the conversation around 6 different topics, from community, local identity, traffic, open space, exhibition review, architecture landscape, and detail. So we had those series of meetings run through, and all that got fed into the next round for the pre-app and the DRP, and we had another meeting with the CLG. So it was a very well constructed dialogue we went through, very constructive and very informative for the design.
Thank you. You give a little bit more detail, obviously, about all of that in your evidence in writing, including the precursor stage to your firm's involvement entirely on the site when there were some initial proposals, I think, pre-app proposals by Grid architects, but that's all set out in your proof. This is what you and your firm have done. Okay, next slide.
I just thought I'd start with reminding ourselves where we started from. This was the scheme that was prepared by a previous architectural practice on that site. It's very similar to ours. We had Tesco at the base of the building. And when we start looking at the site, we obviously looked at the context and the analysis we just talked through. We reviewed and started completely again. We came up with a new concept, which I've just described. And essentially, we focused on reviewing how the massing around the site was distributed to make a more considered approach to the site itself. Next slide. I'd just like to talk you through the 3 rounds of evolution the scheme went through and highlight some of the feedback we've had and the changes we've made to show what a constructive process it was. So on the first round of consultation, we had a pre-app. We presented the concept to the planners, the idea of the collection of buildings, and how that concept will dissolve the mass of the scheme, and how each building will have a distinctive identity informed by its immediate context. We talked about with the planners about how we've reviewed and lowered typically the heights around the scheme, and we highlighted the improvements we've made to the public realm and landscaping around the building itself. So that was the general topics were discussed, and you can see how that diagram began to emerge through how we responded to Cyan Lane about creating a sort of 4-story plinth that ran through to relate back to the Cyan Gardens, and then placing 3 gable ends of building with minimum built frontage to Cyan Lane. How we addressed the corner of Cyan Lane and Great West Road by putting a soft corner building on the side, which curved to become a prominence, and how the building steps back from that point in order to allow the preeminence of the Gillette Tower as an important townscape element to be retained. We looked at defining a gateway marker on Great West Road as you go towards the east to mark the transition of the grain. And then you can see the terrace that we created on the eastern edge and how it undulates to create an articulated skyline. And then how we address the station approach with the building at the end to mark that entrance. So that was the first scheme we presented through. As we went through round 2, taking feedback from the GLA, DRP, the public consultation, the walk and talk, and the presidential autograph, we then reconfigured the scheme to the diagram you see there, and just highlighting some of the main changes. The key massive changes were the building heights. We reviewed the building heights around the site. We decided to amend the height along Cyan Lane and increase the height a little bit along Great West Road. The shoulder, the terrace facing the eastern edge of the building was modulated more to create an articulated skyline as requested by the local authority. And then other significant changes were perhaps blocks D and E, which have a direct relationship with Cyan Lane, were amended. We dropped the height and stepped them back. The other changes that were also made, which are sort of slightly minor and more sort of about the architectural language that was also presented, were to do with reviewing the buildings of Great West Road and enhancing how they might reflect the Art Deco heritage. The corner of Cyan Lane and Great West Road on the ground floor was revised to create a better flow of people around it to make it more generous and ease the movement of people running through it. We looked at options of how we might revisit the future of the car park and how that could be future-proof for a workspace when a car use would be less in frequency. We also generally revised the building line along Cyan Lane and pushed it back in to enable to maximize the public realm and add greenery to the edge and make the route from the station as positive, more positive. So those are the comments that went through. We then presented this consultation through a series of meetings on pre-app, the police, with 2 consultations meetings we went through, And then we had, as I described earlier, 6 CLG community liaison meetings to discuss community and local identity, traffic and transport, open space and play, review of the exhibition, architecture and landscape, and looked at a series of detailed questions they had on other specific issues. So that this option then went through a round of discussion around December in the second consultation period.
Okay.
Those comments that emerged from that consultation were then fed back into what you could call round 3. The main changes that emerged through that was we looked at width of blocks D and E, you see in there. We revisit those blocks, we reduce the width of the blocks themselves and increase the width of that amenity space between the 2 buildings, minimizing the gable end front onto Cyan Lane. We looked at block A1 and B1, which is to define the Great West Road, and amended some of the details to do with how we might treat the balconies within that edge to insert more open balconies within that edge. The other changes that were highlighted there were briefly small changes to the building footprint to accommodate the changes of mix and tenure that we're developing with our housing team. So those are the kind of the main changes that evolved through in July 2020. And that went through another period of consultation at the pre-app 3. We had a meeting with the DRP and a CLG meeting finally to pick up those comments. Mr. Warren, if you're happy, I'd like to move on to talk about a little bit about the massive strategy.
Of course. Yep, carry on.
So having defined that the ground floor of the building would contain the retail store and create active frontages, improve the public realm for the building and address the 4 edges of the site itself, I'd like to now move on and talk about how the buildings above them evolved in our thinking. So starting from the left-hand side, the first building we looked at. So we decided to place a building there which reinforced the curve of the Tesco building and pick up that geometry and create a building that steps back from the corner. What we were trying to do was to ensure that as people came down from the southern edge going north to have a vista up Cyan Lane, to ensure that when you looked up, the preeminence of the Gillette Tower was allowed to be expressed in its full as a key townscape element. So we decided to step that building back to reinforce that importance and curve that building to celebrate the Gillette corner and pick up the Art Deco references. Building 2, which sits on the right-hand side, was then looked to address the challenge of the Great West Road to create a gateway building. It's sort of vertical in nature. It celebrates the gateway and it works as a marker as it's traveling from west to east and highlights the transition of this commercial grain to the different character on the western edge of the Great West Road. Building 3 addresses Cyan Lane, Northumberland Gardens. We talked about how they've been placed. So we've got a series of buildings, landscape. We've got gable ends, landscape, gable ends, landscape. Sitting within that, we minimize those building frontages, step the buildings back to create a more appropriate edge to Cyan Lane. Building 3 looked at how we might define so that's building 3. So building 4 was about how we might mark the station corner and the building that might sit there and the scale of the lobby on the ground floor to announce the very important entrance. Building 5 was looking back at redefining this new street we're going to create with a clean air route, connecting Great West Road back to this industrial hinterland, or creating a terrace of buildings and articulating the skyline and announcing that important route. So that's how the reading of the immediate context around the site informed the massing of each of those buildings as we develop the concept. I'd like to move on now and just give an overview about how the building has been laid out. If I start from the bottom image, which is actually a basement, so you probably would not see it. So basically, we used the slope of this land, which slopes from north to south by 3.5 meters, to sneak in a lower ground floor to contain plant and various services requirement. The ground floor, which is how the building relates back to Silent and Great West Road, is taken up solely by the Tesco store, creating active frontage onto Great West Road and Cyan Lane. We took the liberty of dotting around that perimeter the blue entrance lobbies for the residential around the site to ensure that people would walk or would come from the buildings, walk around the site, drop down and animate each of the street edges and give them life. And as we went up onto the first floor and second floor, we've chosen those to create 2 floors to contain the car parking element of the site, and along Sign Gate Lane on the 2 sides, we've managed to introduce residential edges to that to enable the streets to be overlooked by active frontages. And as we go higher up, sitting on top of the car park would be a level ground, which is a big deck, which has the Podium gardens, which then begin to house the residential grain that sits on that Podium garden and relate back to the residential use that sits above that. So that's how the uses have been distributed across the building vertically, and how they've integrated from vertically coming down to the street edge to animate and activate the streets. So I hope that gives you a quite clear idea about how the building's laid out.
Could I just ask you one thing before we move on, Mr. Patel? And it just goes back to a point that you made briefly, I think, in relation to the previous slide. And that was, I think, in response to consultation, something about the future proofing, if you like, of the car park or part of the car park. Because this is a handy drawing just to see how those layers relate to each other. Would you just say a word more about that point, about the future proofing?
That's right. We had feedback from various consultees about looking at how we might reduce the car footprint in the future when car use will be slightly less attractive. So we've conducted a study to look at how some of those car parking decks could be reused, repurposed for a variety of uses, including a commercial, community, or workspaces, and how we have allowed for a provision of the elevations to be opened up to allow daylight and sunlight and ventilation to enter through. So it's completely future-proof and making a very strong sustainability point that we were very keen on.
I'm with you. So obviously those potential future openings in the elevations aren't there at the moment in this full application, but you've looked at where they could be, were things to change in the future. Yeah, okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Do carry on.
Now, just giving you a sort of a glimpse about how the architecture of the buildings that we talked about has evolved. To start talking about building A, which is the building that sits on the Great West Road you've looked at. The articulation of the building was obviously informed by, you can see the massing diagram I touched on. It's about mimicking the plinth of the building itself, the Tesco entrance, the building stepping back we talked about. And then we looked at how we might articulate the base frame of that building itself to pick up clues of the sort of some of the Art Deco language exists on the Gillette Tower and the other Art Deco buildings by having a big cornice that runs around it. We then began to introduce a vertical articulation to give it a vertical rhythm, and introducing further horizontal banding to give it a vertical scale and a certain civic presence to the building itself. That then, those gestures were then replicated on the residential building above, but having the same emphasis of horizontal banding to pick up the Art Deco gesture, the curve building form. And then within that, we introduced alternative white and blue brick banding, horizontal banding sit within the image on the right-hand side. And then we also introduced a sort of metal banding, which is the tertiary banding, which is the balustrade level, which runs through and ties up all the windows and all the balustrades running through the building. And the idea was to ensure that the architectural language was inspired by the Art Deco legacy of the context. The predominant materials we suggesting we use in here is blue brick and a little bit of white brick. Got metal window frames and white tracery for the metalwork to pick up all those themes and textures and patternations of the Art Deco buildings.
Just pausing there, Mr. Patel, before you move on. Again, we're looking at an elevation here, but we can see even on that, I think, how solid and void would work on that elevation. I know we're looking at an elevation of a curved form, but some of them you've put in as insets, balconies, and there are terraces and so on. Just say a word about that and what you're intending to do with those openings.
Yes. In discussion with the planners, etc., we developed a strategy about how we might deal with balconies and the detail on the resident form. We looked at inserting an inset balcony within those flats to kind of create a much more unified expression, and that obviously the inset balcony also allows a dual aspect to be explored. The buildings curve on the corner, allowing balconies to sit on the corners, a series of terraces running through it, and you can see there's a horizontal canopy also been introduced to pick up the horizontal lines running through it. So the immediate space has been completely integrated with the Art Deco approach.
Thank you. Next one.
Building B1, which sits the next building onto the Great West Road. Very similar inspiration with the Art Deco architecture. The massing of the building expresses a vertical form because it's meant to be designed to express a gateway condition to this character of Great West Road. So it's a rectilinear form. The form again has got rounded corners to pick up the Art Deco references. We introduce in a similar way to the previous building horizontal banding to describe the plinth and the top in a major way, and in a minor banding to pick up a double scale within the main body of the building itself. We then looked at introducing a very calm approach to the elevations by having a rhythm of vertical windows that repeats across, and then those windows are further highlighted architecturally and expressed the verticality by having a lining inserted into the windows to highlight the verticality of the building, and again using a palette of blue brick, bronze to create a very calm composition and draw reference to the Art Deco architectural heritage.
Obviously, on the right-hand side of this image, with the white lines intervening between the three areas, they're just illustrations of the bays, aren't they? That's not the whole elevation, obviously.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's all right. I'm sure the inspector has spotted that, but just for others, it's not intended to be the whole of the elevation, but just base, middle, and top. Okay. Next one, Mr. Patel, if you finish with that one, thank you.
The character of B2, B3 buildings, which sit immediately next to the B1 building, which is described. We decided to adopt a different architectural idea for that. We looked at that terrace of buildings and decided to articulate it a series of vertical and shoulder buildings. We then further articulated the corners of the buildings to give them a specific expression, and those corners and the cornices were then defined by a horizontal band. Further horizontal banding was introduced across the whole terrace to unify and bring that composition into a collective. The vertical and the shoulder elements were furtherly expressed slightly differently by a very subtle change of brickwork, as you can see there. And then the base of the building was then defined differently with a darker brick to pick up the basic scale of the building. So these buildings come together to define the new sign gateway route that we created, which connects the Great West Road and opens up a clean air route to allow the future regeneration of this industrial hinterland between the Great West Road and sign lane gateway site. So these have a slightly more residential feel in the choice of how they've been articulated, have been banded, and the color of brick. I'd like to move on to talk about building C. Building C, just to remind you, sits at the corner of the site on the southern corner on the western edge. It's a building that has to is articulated to mark the entrance as you come out from the station of a super lobby for the building. So it's the main entrance lobby, one of the main entrance lobbies for people to arrive to go up in the building and walk across the podium should they decide to do so. So that's got a specific articulation on ground floor. We've added a vertical feature on the western elevation in the form of a metal hoop, which picks all the balconies together to make a larger expression. The remainder of the building is then articulated by a horizontal banding, which is done in a white brick with a slightly darker brick for the main body of the building. And all the window linings are done in a white brick, again, creating a very different character. The elevation on the southern edge is treated in a different way to the elevation on the western edge. It has got a much more smaller scale of windows, and the white window linings replicate and enhance that. So that creates a different sort of building, a different sort of base you can see on the right-hand side with the extended floor-to-ceiling height, a large inviting base on the corner, and the building then repeats itself, and a little cornice at the top to describe the top of the building.
Thank you.
Moving on to buildings D and E, which are the buildings that sit in the middle of the composition of sign length. And those buildings you can see in the left-hand corner are heavily modeled. The podium of the building is also modeled to tumble down to form a break in the 4-story plinth you see there. The building itself climbs up to 7-story, then steps back significantly to 8-story to describe a top. That building also enjoys primary horizontal articulation throughout the building to bring the two buildings into a relationship. The secondary vertical articulation on the wings overlooking the podium deck are then described in a vertical fashion, and the gable end has a different expression completely. We wanted the gable end to make a reference back. We looked at using a cream brick and introduced a glazed green brick, and we've looked at arranging it in a very decorative way, but the two bricks fading in and out. And the idea in here was that it came down from Scion Lane looking at Gillette Tower. We wanted to introduce a brick feature in the form of the green brick in the glazed brick feature here to pick up so a reference back. If you look back at Gillette Tower, which enjoys a beautiful copper cupid at the top, and make reference back to the Gillette Tower and give it a sort of slightly grander facade to address Scion Lane. So those are the tactics we use to inform building D and E.
Just pausing there before we move on, Mr. Patel, just for your note, ma'am. The 7-story elements there on D&E in terms of how high they are from, as it were, floor to the top of each of those 7-story buildings, I think from your evidence is about 27.5 meters. Is that right, Mr. Patel? Each of those 7-story components?
Yes.
And then the setback 8 rises obviously by a floor. That's about 31 meters high, the setback 8th floor. Just for your note, ma'am, as we go through. Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Next one.
And then I'll talk a little bit about how we bring the conceptual analysis, the massing strategy, and architecture together. It really manifests itself in sort of views such as this, because it's actually how one experiences the building, seeing in its context, in a relationship as you walk through it. It's a connected experience. This particular view is taken from just outside Gillette Tower, from the north looking south to give you bearings. What's interesting to note in here about how the urban tactics, architectural tactics have come together. You can see in here on the left-hand side, the 4-story plinth of the Gillette Tower, the cornice that marks that, and the vertical feature of the clock tower there. You can see how the datum of the Gillette building has been picked up by the datum of our 4-story plinth, which defines our edge onto Great West Road and to Cyan Lane running through it. We've introduced on our scheme a very soft curve on the junction of Cyan Lane and Great West Road to make to ensure we make a sort of deference to the preeminence of the Gillette Tower, and that corner also marks, very importantly for us, this new emblematic presence in a way of the Tesco store, and importantly the community buildings rooms that sits right above it, to make a really strong signal about the community rooms, the presence of this important townscape. We can also see how the building that sits above sets back and terraces back again with a series of green terraces to make a deference back to the Gillette Tower, and looking along Cyan Lane, you begin to appreciate how that frontage is composed of a series of gable ends, 4 gable ends, describe a building A1, C, D, C, D, and E, and punctured between that gable ends is large expanses of podiums with landscaping sitting above that, ensuring that the aspect from, as you look down, you're seeing building and landscape running through it. But the drawing also relates back to how the landscaping along above in front of the Gillette Tower, landscaping has now been stretched across our site, and the landscaping runs through. You can see the public realm that's been set up within that. So it's an extension of the scene that you see from the north to the south to make a better, safer, active public realm. You can also see and note building B1, how it steps away from its composition and sits behind building A1 to perform the role of the gateway marker as you're traveling east to west. So that probably gives you a good impression about how the building appears in its context.
Thank you.
The second view is a view slightly closer. It's a view you'd see as you're coming from the junction of Cyan Lane and the Great West Road. And here you can begin to see the big transformation. You can see around the site what a generous setting it is. You can see the Coty building. You can see the Skoda garage. And what's now happened is the retail shed with a big car park is gone. You now suddenly have a building with active frontage, with people and uses describing sitting on Great West Road and Cyan Lane. You see an introduction of landscaping to create a better environment on this important corner. You see a more generous public realm on the corner for place to people wait and stop as they enter the building. It opens up the entire ground floor with transparency, activity, and inviting people to inhabit this edge itself. What you also see is looking down Cyan Lane, about that width of that Cyan Lane with the formal trees onto the right-hand side, the reinforcement of greenery and the widening of the public realm. And you also now get a more closer glimpse at the entrance of the Tesco store, defining this prominent corner, and you begin to get a glimpse of the 2 community spaces we've created above that entrance, and you might probably see a range of activities happening within that space, inviting you to enter the building itself. As your eye goes above, goes vertical, you can see how the curve form steps back, the range of terraces that describe that curve form, and how the building elegantly informed by the Art Deco heritage begins to pick up the horizontal emphasis of that art of the Golden Mile and incorporates within it generous amenity spaces and a residential character to the above building. You also begin to see the gateway building as would appear if you were driving past, running through it, how it has an expressed base that picks up the plinth of the Tesco building, and an elegant uncluttered top itself, which describes the top of the building and how that has got soft corners and pick up the Art Deco theme running through it. And obviously, I think the key thing this view shows is the complete transformation of this this project from where what is now to creating a building which is a positive contribution to its context.
Sorry to interrupt. You said on the plan form for the levels above, the car park levels above Tesco, that there was some residential on the outside perimeter. Was that along the Great West Road?
Ma'am, it's more along the sign gateway elevations where we introduce residential around, so it's not viewable.
And so where is, I couldn't see it referenced on those elevations.
Yes, they're on the sign gateway elevations, which are not in this perspective.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're going to get a glimpse of one of the other views on Sign Lane in a moment, ma'am. It may be easier to see on that one, I think. Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Keep going.
Talk a little bit about the Podium Gardens. As you can see from this drawing, and this in a way, it's sort of bird's eye view. If you're up higher up, looking down onto the site itself, you can see how generous this podium is. We've managed to create a building layout which enables us to devote 46% of the podium to creating a fantastic landscape setting for the residential. This gives us a residential setting. The buildings have been arranged, as you see in that pattern, to allow, which I'll talk in a minute about, for this area to be served by ample daylight sunlight throughout the day. This gives us opportunities to create spaces with different characters and uses and gardens and play areas within the space itself, and allows us to create a setting to complement the quality of homes we created, an outdoor setting for people to sit, relax, play, meet in, and express a community feel throughout the year, and enjoying the landscape and the biodiversity that this will allow us to do. So this is one of the great attributes about this project. A little bit about the place strategy that we have adopted. We looked at this in a lot of detail. We've looked at, we've ensured that we are delivering on this deck, as is picked out in the orange, the below 0 to 5 years play area has been carefully integrated within the routes, the landscaping, excuse me, the landscaping themes, and sorry, give me a minute. We carefully integrated the play areas within the concept for the landscape, different gardens, different characters we created. You can see them in the orange being picked out for the below 0 to 5 year play space. The 5 to 11 space is also integrated around the podium itself. And when we closely looked at the podium gardens, we also then decided, after a lot of discussion, that we would look at accommodating the 12-year play space might be better off provided off-site through a Section 106 agreement. The reason we came to that conclusion was we felt it would be better to spend that Section 106 agreement in some of on the right-hand side, you can see the number of green spaces that sit around our site. We thought it'd be better to spend the money there and upgrade those current facilities, which we believe would benefit, apart from the population of 12 plus from this community, the general community by himself, and bring a greater benefit to the whole area. We believe also that the 12-year plus population would benefit by mixing with the other older children in the area, which they probably enjoy as friends for going to school, football clubs, etc., and making that social bond stronger. So those are the reasons we did that. We looked at, as you see on the right-hand side, the 4 sort of areas we could have quite easily chosen. We have identified number 1, which is Hawthorne Park, as probably very well suitable. Discuss it with the local authority, as it has very safe, accessible routes from the from the site itself, is within the 10 minutes walk from our development, and really there are no major road crossings that need to be navigated across. So that feel like a good candidate to consider how we might arrange our 12+ accommodation.
Just before you leave that slide, one quick question about the blue dotted areas there, which you've identified in the key as provision for unsupervised play. Just say a word about that. What's the particular purpose there?
I think when we did this study, we were asking landscape architects to identify areas where older children could play, and that's probably some pockets they could easily occupy as well.
Okay, and are they defined in design terms, and would they be defined in design terms in some particular way?
Yes, there will be. Okay.
All right. I see 3 of them identified on that on that plan. Okay, thank you. Next one.
One of the things we also carefully studied in designing this three-dimensional composition was to look at how our building might address Sign Lane. Now, I've already touched on a little bit about the context we find ourselves in this particular condition. We have a formal, very wide road, some 30-35 meters wide between the building and the trees, and some 40 to 45 meter frontage between the buildings, and this wide space is lined with a line of mature trees on the left-hand side. You get as you come out of the Sign Lane station. So it's a very wide, formal space. As I said, it's a very generous distance of 40 to 45 meters between buildings. And the way we responded in urban terms is we've looked at defining a clear, active frontage to the site in the form of the plinth, which is 4-story, which has active uses and kiosks spilling out within that, and residential entrances. We've animated that, extended the public realm, enhanced it by adding greenery and making it spatially much more generous running through it. Then we looked at how we might arrange the registered grain that sits above it. So the drawing on the top highlights how we've looked at arranging 4 gable ends onto Sign Lane. We've minimized D and E gable end, which we talked about earlier in the middle of the site. We then spaced the gable ends out and made sure we had generous 35 to 23 meter wide frontages for the Podium gardens, looking back within them, and minimizing the build frontage you looked up. What's interesting is if you looked up, as you walk down Sign Lane, more than 50% of that frontage of that will give you views to open sky and give you views and vistas of the extensive greenery that have been introduced within the Podium itself. So that's how we related back to the Sign Lane frontage. The drawing at the bottom then gives you sort of a vertical scale about how that's been described. So we've got the 4-story plinth we talked about, and then we've got a range from 6 to 7-story to 10-story buildings immediately sitting there and addressing that wide formal space.
Thank you. That top drawing there, obviously, they're not the purpose of your evidence, Mr. Patel. Just touches on how the street is designed as well, isn't it, to get movements of cars in and out of the Tesco entrance with the new traffic layout. Something that was touched on a little bit yesterday, I think, by members of the public. Okay, have we finished with that? Do you want to use this elevation or the illustrative drawing to address the inspector's question about residential above?
I need to come back, if I may come back after the break. We haven't got quite a drawing to describe those elevations.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to take out, if I may, please.
Okay, yeah, by all means, ma'am. We can come back to that point just to deal with that specifically. So go on, Mr. Patel. Where are we? We're near the end, aren't we, of the slides?
Talk a little bit about the privacy and the outlook that we've looked to incorporate within the site itself. In general, the drawing then describes the buildings and the width of the spaces between the buildings, and highlights some of the areas where it's slightly less generous than we'd like it to be. what's important is when you're laying buildings out, there's always a balance between separation distance between buildings and providing optimal number of homes. As a designer, we typically use 18-meter separation distances as a rule of thumb, but no two schemes are alike, and in some cases, it may be appropriate to use less. You can see on this drawing in here, there's 3 points where we've got slightly closer distance than we'd like to, which is 13 and 17 meters in those points within that. Where we have a distance less than 18 meters, we have ensured that the flats have great outlooks. We've ensured that the rooms are laid out so the living rooms have clear views of the extensive podium deck in front of it. We've maximized the number of dual aspect homes we can insert within those spots, and we've ensured that we have staggering of habitable rooms, windows for habitable rooms, to incorporate and avoid overlooking. So we've taken every precaution that we can to ensure that we create quality homes with fantastic outlooks and great sunlight.
Can I just ask one general question? Forgive me before you go to the sun on the ground one. It's just a general question that occurred to me to put in slightly earlier, actually, Mr. Patel, and that's the point about whether there would be any perceptible difference in terms of architectural quality or access to the facilities as between the 35% affordable units and the market units. Is there any difference between them?
No, as it's sort of the tradition and the design tradition, and all the projects we do, is the scheme is laid out in urban architecture and spatial terms to be tenure blind, and they all equally enjoy wonderful outlook, aspect, and architecture to describe where they live.
Okay, I'm thinking. Sorry, I cut you off. You were just about to go to the sunlight one.
Just I introduced this slide in here just to make a very important but a very brief point, that the slide identifies how well the buildings are arranged to capitalize on the sun path we talked about earlier. You can see from these figures in there, you see the figure for the podium at being 94.7, which is the average lighting we get across the open podium and the landscape areas on the podium level. As you can see, that achieves level far in excess of BRE standards, which is some 50%. And again, this depicts how the daylight will be enjoyed on the site for 2 hours or more direct sunlight on March 21st. So you can see it's a very positive layout, which encourages maximum enjoyment of the public open space by having such a high percentage of sunlight.
So that, as the inspector will appreciate, but just so that others are fully aware, e.g. the 94.7% is 94.7% of that podium area would experience 2 or more hours of sunlight on the 21st of March. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Talk a little bit about daylight, sunlight, and aspect, and how those have worked through to inform the quality of homes we've created. The layout is designed to maximize the number of dual aspect homes while balancing various factors of a design-led optimized development. We've got some 473 total homes on this site. Drawing there describes a sort of typical lower level and a typical higher level. The key on the right-hand side identifies a dual aspect, where the dual aspect topology is, the semi-dual aspect topology, and the single aspect topology. The semi-dual aspect topology is, in fact, technically is a single aspect topology, but it's an enhanced version of the single aspect topology. It has more external wall and more opportunities to put windows in different directions to create a better quality of provision. Of the 473 homes, 38% have a dual aspect homes, and 62% are single or semi-dual aspect. 87% of those homes have daylight levels to the living room, kitchen, and dining rooms in excess of the target criteria.
When you say 87%, do you mean of the 62%?
Yes, 87% of the 62% have daylight levels to the key habitable rooms in excess of the target criteria.
Yes.
Of the remaining 13%, all have excellent outlooks onto the landscape podium or high-level views out as you climb up within the building itself.
That, by my calculation, that's about 30 odd in absolute numbers. Is that right?
About 39 homes. 39 homes.
39. Okay. Super. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can we just go back to the previous slide?
Yes, of course. Did you hear that, chaps? That one there.
That one, yeah. So is that, I mean, the heading says daylight, sunlight. So is that sunlight or daylight? Because the two are different.
Sunlight.
Sunlight, thank you.
Sorry, ma'am, you're quite right. The heading's too broad for what it's illustrating. I apologise. Yeah, should just say sunlight, sun on the ground.
Thank you.
Okay. And is this your final slide, Mr. Patel?
You'd be relieved to know this is the final slide.
No. So what are we? We're looking at the podium.
So we thought quite important about this project. We've talked about the various urban aspirations of the project and how we deliver that. We thought important to just show you and illustrate the quality of the residential setting we've also created in the project for the 473 homes. We've just talked about the generous podium deck that we created. Some 49% of the podium is open landscape, and begins to show you the quality of the landscaping that will be possible on this site, and the different opportunities and choices that people will have to inhabit this space, sitting around reading books, walking through, and generally sharing and creating a community. We also, the image shows how the community room within the project also overlooks this communal space.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Thank you, ma'am.
So where is the communal space on that picture?
Mr. Patel?
Oh, that bit there. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm not sure whether, I think they're meant to be books illustrated there at the back.
Okay.
Obviously, they don't form part of the application, but that's the ground floor community space.
Yep. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's all in chief.
Okay, thank you. So what we'll do is take a break now then until 11 o'clock, and then we'll come back for cross-examination. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Until 11 o'clock then. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, welcome back. Mr. Patel. There we go.
My apologies.
Okay, no problems.
Ma'am, just before we go on, can I just give you a reference, your query about the residential above the store and so on. I can help you in relation to the layout drawings, which show where that is. Pages 110 and 111, when you've got a moment, ma'am, of Mr. Patel's proof. Have those floor plans, which show where the at level 1 the residential comes in on that side of the buildings, and
That's
what
backing
level
onto
is.
the car park, the parking.
And that's right, exactly, at the same level as the car park, but in a separate section of the building facing, where are we? West, east, broadly east. Yeah.
So, and where are they evidenced on the external elevations?
They're on the eastern elevation, ma'am, but I don't think, I was just looking to see whether I could give you a proof reference for that as well. But we'll have to come back and give you the reference. I just wanted to give you
I've got a bundle of plans. Are they?
Yes, I haven't got that reference to hand, ma'am, but it's on the eastern elevation of buildings B2.
Mr. Warren, we have the illustrations with us. Would you like us to bring them onto the screen?
We can do, yeah, if that would help, ma'am. Are they're the elevational drawings, Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go. If you wouldn't mind, ma'am, that's probably easiest just to show you that, and then we can give you the coordination.
I think I've got the east the sign gateway elevation in the
That's it.
block of plans.
That's the one.
0002.
Ma'am, can you see the screen?
I can. Just looking at the plan number.
Yeah, I can't quite see it, so small. I think it's it's
3.
Do you want the drawing number?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
That's the elevation to the Skoda garage, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the next one along, that 002. No.
This one here?
Is that 0002?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Southern
I think,
elevation.
is that the sign gateway elevation?
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Farry.
So, does that finish your evidence in chief?
It does, ma'am. Sorry, we were just picking up that trading end.
Yep.
All
Yep.
done otherwise. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Linus then.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Patel.
Good
Can
morning.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Good, thank you very much. I'd like to deal with your cross-examination, please, in a series of headings and identify them as we go to provide some structure. The first one is your instructions, please. Now, at Appendix 1 to your proof, you have included a letter of appointment relating to the inquiry, but it's not a letter of appointment for the brief or the preparation of the proposals. Was there a letter of appointment to prepare a brief or to prepare the proposals generally?
Sorry, could you repeat that back again? It's like echo. I can't hear you.
Was there a letter of appointment pursuant to a brief to prepare the proposals originally, Mr. Patel?
I need to check that and come back to you on that.
Well, I think the reason I think this was asked for originally, I think, by the inspector. So I would have expected this to have been checked beforehand, but can you not remember whether you were issued with a letter of appointment?
We probably have been, but I haven't got it at hand.
Okay, well, can I ask that that is provided to the inquiry once you've searched for it, please?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Second heading, please. Design and heritage. I think we can agree, can't we, that the highest quality design, properly understood, moves beyond looking at a building as a thing in itself and requires a careful response to context. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And in your proof at paragraph 2.1.4, turn that up, please, on page 14. You mentioned policy D3 of the London Plan. See that?
Sorry, page 14.
Yeah, page 14, 2.1.4. You mentioned a number of policies there, but you start with D3. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you referred to optimizing design-led approach. Now, again, we can go to the policy if we need to, but again, that policy D3, if you're familiar with it, requires that when optimizing the capacity of sites, designs, you still respect heritage assets. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Thank you very much. And similarly, in your proof, you also refer to the National Design Guide at paragraph 2.1.3. And again, that emphasises the importance of responding to context, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that includes being responsive to heritage context, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. So we can agree, can't we, that relationship to context is critical to successful design in its broad sense. That's right, isn't it?
That is.
And that includes, in particular, the heritage context, doesn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So an unsympathetic response to heritage context would weigh heavily against the design, the quality of design of a scheme, wouldn't it?
In principle, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, third heading, please, objectives and design development. Objectives and design development. And can we take out, please, for the next suite of questions, please, the design and access statement for the Homebase scheme at CD 1.6, if you have access to that, please.
What page is that on?
Well, the document itself is CD 1.6. The internal page references page 44 to begin with. I'll be going through a few pages, but it's page 44 to begin with. I think it's PDF 48. I think the PDF is 4 pages further on the PDF.
Mr. Linnes, if you just give me a second, I'm just trying to get hold of the document.
That's very well. Ma'am, are you working off the paper version?
I am.
Great, great. That's fortunate because I am too. It's page 44 is the first reference, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You have that, Mr. Patel?
I have it.
Thank you very much. So, first point, you confirmed there that at 4.1.12, you were first brought on board in July 2019, correct?
Sorry, can you just give me the page, the paragraph reference?
4.1.12, ma'am, it's the second column.
Yeah.
Thank you. Brought on board in July 2019. And then if we turn back to page 38 to paragraph 3.3.2, we haven't got your written letter of instruction or the brief, but what you've said here is at 3.3.2. You're asked to develop ideas for regeneration of home-based site in order to deliver, and one sees a range of objectives there. Now, obviously, we'll wait to see any sort of letter of instruction or brief that you were given if you're going to look for those for us. But we note there that the brief, as it's been described there, what you're being asked to deliver, did not have the protection or respect for heritage assets as a key delivery requirement, did it?
It's taken as read the heritage and the setting will be important in for my design.
Well, no, I'm just asking you about what's been put in the design and access statement as the written description of the brief that you were given in the absence of the written brief. We can agree, can't we, that as expressed in the design and access statement, the key delivery requirements that were set out, as you expressed, did not include the protection and respect for heritage assets, did it?
But I would have thought high quality architecture includes that.
Right, well, We can agree, can't we, that heritage was not mentioned specifically within the list of key delivery requirements, was it? Okay, thank you. And then if we go on to page 39, please, the vision. And if one looks at the overarching vision for the site, there is reference to unlocking the wider generation on page 39 as a heading. One goes over the page to more homes for everyone. You see that on page 40, a new Tesco store, nature-led approach, then restoring the Golden Mile's reputation as a hub of activity. Again, Mr. Patel, as far as the vision was concerned, nothing in the vision, in the fundamental aspirations of the vision, which referred to heritage assets generally or in particular. That's right, isn't it?
Just give me a minute, I'm just checking, please. It's not mentioned in that particular page, but as a team, we all sat together with the Tesco site and at a joint client-led vision, we discussed all of this about making a reference back to the historical setting, etc. But obviously seems to have missed out here. Yes,
well, I'm coming on to the Tesco site later. I'm just taking at face value what's been put in the design and access statement as your firm's description of the way that the design developed. So not specifically mentioned in the design brief or in the vision for the site.
Sorry, Mr. Ness, can I go back? There is a mention about the Golden Mile, etc. on 3.421.
3.421.
So restoring.
Yeah. 3.41 mentions the Tesco Austerley site. Yes, I'm asking about the extent to which heritage was identified as a key aspiration under your vision, and it's not, is it?
We have discussed it. It's not mentioned in that DAS that I can see, but I'll have another look.
Okay, so you can't see it in the DAS. And then if one goes on to page 51, please. Key design principles. Do you see that starting at page 51?
Yeah.
You see there a new Tesco store, number 1 on page 51. Do you see that? Yeah. Then over the page 2, public realm. You see that on page 52?
Yeah.
And then 3, a collection of buildings reconciling the urban grain. Do you see that on page 53?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Again, as far as those 3 key design principles are concerned, those key design principles are not identified as protecting heritage generally or in particular, are they?
Well, they are in the diagrams.
I'm asking Mr. Patel about the way that you've explained it in the text. I understand there are diagrams there, but one's looking at the text to see how you might have interpreted the diagrams or applied your expertise to what you understood to be the key design principles. The text in the DAS does not include protection or respect of heritage generally or in particular under the key design principles, does it?
They're not picked out in the text, but they're implied in the diagrams, and that was something that we were always aware of, and they were so much integral to our thinking all along.
Okay, well, we can agree, can't we, that there's no description whatsoever under the key design principles of whether or even how heritage was a key design principle. That's right, isn't it?
We're talking about the design principles for our site rather than the heritage. And the heritage would have been the context. The context was a key determinant in how we assessed the scheme and how we progressed.
Okay, well, I'm just asking you about the design principles. I think you have my point, ma'am. I'll move on.
Yeah.
Now, other references within the DAS, if we go back to page 32, please. One sees a diagram there that I think appeared in your presentation earlier. Reference there to the Great West Corridor opportunity area, and then at 2:14:23 at the bottom of page 33. Do you see that?
Yes.
Under the heading, the role of the site in the Great West Corridor Master Plan. Okay. And you see the master plan's vision for the site is to enable regeneration, and a series of bullet points set out there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Again, we hopefully don't need to turn up the emerging policy, Mr. Patel, but there's no recognition there, is there, that emerging policy had not identified the Homebase site as a location for any cluster of tall buildings? Had it?
Sorry, can you repeat that again, Mr. Innes?
Yeah, there's no recognition there that emerging policy had not identified the Homebase site as a location for a cluster of tall buildings. Is there?
Are you in particular highlighting section 2.14 to draw that reference?
2.14.23 is where you summarize the vision for the site. See that? Under the Great West Corridor.
I'm taking a minute to read the rest of the paragraphs because there will be a general description somewhere in there.
Okay.
So am I right in clarifying your question? You're asking me the question that was a site identified for tall buildings?
Yes, well, we can go to emerging policy if we need to, but can we agree that there's nothing in your reference to the Great West Corridor opportunity area which acknowledges that emerging policy was not identifying the Homebase site as a location for any cluster of tall buildings? That's right.
I'd like to refer back to Simon Roberts, my colleague on the planning front, to address that in more detail.
I'll be asking him, but I'm just asking about your understanding when you were evaluating the site for the purposes of the DAS and explaining your approach. There's nothing in the DAS, insofar as you're explaining how you assess the site, to recognise that emerging policy was not identifying the Homebase site as a location for a cluster of tall buildings. Is there?
I've got an A4 print here and I can't quite read the key. Can I come back to that question, please?
Well, by all means, but at the moment, can you accept that there's nothing in the text? There's nothing in the text that you were including in the DAS which looked at the approach to the height of buildings that was being taken in the emerging plan?
Yeah.
Insofar as we're taking it into account?
Okay.
You agree with that? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now, other points of the process, please, still under the broad heading of objectives and design development. We know that after your instruction in July 2019, you presented to the council, first of all, on the 11th of September. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we can see the visuals of what was presented at page 46 of the DAS. Can you turn that up, please? It's figure 4.2 on page 46.
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's fair to say we'll come on shortly to how the design evolved or not, but it's fair to say that the fundamentals and structure of the scheme were in place as at the first presentation to council. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And if we look at how heritage was treated as part of the design development and the building typologies in particular, can we come to building typology number 1, please, which you touched upon in your presentation. It's on page 54 of the DAS while we're there. And building typology 1 on page 54, celebrating the corner, and
Yes.
reference made there to celebrating the significance of Gillette Tower. Again, no mention when dealing with that building typology in the DAS of heights being considered by reference to other heritage assets, right, isn't it?
Well, in that DAS, I talked primarily about the main key driver that informed that building, which is
Yes.
the urban form, and is referenced back to the key townscape element, which is the Gillette Tower.
Yes, but we can, as we go through the typologies, it's right to acknowledge, isn't it, that when dealing with building typology number 1, as shown there, no mention at all of the height of that building typology being considered by reference to other heritage assets, including those further afield.
It's not in the text, but that's part of the design process. When we presented the pre-app, the first pre-app we just highlighted in September, we looked at.
Yes.
Sorry.
Mr. Patel, I'm just looking to see what you were yourself explaining when going through the different typologies at the time you were presenting the DAS to the council, and we can agree that dealing with building typology number 1, that typology was not being considered by reference to heritage assets further afield, was it?
No, that's not true, because if you let me finish, the three-dimensional building form that emerged through in the pre-app 1 was tested through a series of TVIA views, the wireline drawings, before we came to the judgment about the height. This chapter itself in the DAS is solely talking about the shape of that building and the actual language that comes out from it.
Okay, well, I'm going to come on to views a bit later on, but we can agree, can't we, that there's nothing in the text of the DAS as presented here for us all to read, which identifies this building typology being crafted by reference to other heritage assets, including those further afield. That's right, isn't it?
The DAS is accompanied by a Townscape heritage report, which goes through all the TVIA views, highlighting how they sit in the context. So this document is read with that.
Yeah. Yes, no, I understand there's a TVIA analysis as a separate document, but I'm asking Mr. Patel for evidence of how the DAS lets us know that heritage is being considered in its wider context when devising the building typologies. And we can agree that, judging from the way that it's expressed in the DAS does not say anything about the wider heritage context informing that building typology, does it?
No, so we can't agree on that, because the DAS is explaining the form and shape that immediate building there, which is informed by the TVIA and overall composition that's been described in a lot of detail. The two documents go hand in hand.
Well, I'm asking about the DAS, Mr. Patel. Let's move on to building typology 2, please, celebrating the Great West Road. And this is where we look at the tallest building element. Now, there's reference made here on page 55 to avoiding interference on views towards Gillette Tower and from other key strategic views such as Sion Park. This is at 5.3.8. Do you see that?
5.3.8, yeah, okay.
Okay, now, 2 points really. Clearly, judging from the way that the typology is described there, the primary driver for that typology was the Great West Road, wasn't it?
That was one of the key drivers, yes.
Yes, well, that was the way it's expressed on the typology, and the way that you were purporting to deal with Sion Park was that you were, as it's put in 538, avoiding interference on views from other key strategic views such as Scion Park. Do you see that? That's the way that the building typology purpose was expressed there. Do you see that?
Sorry, just give me a sec to read that. So what that's highlighting is the purpose of locating the tall element towards the northeast corner was to ensure that the view as you come out from Scion Lane station to Scion Lane allowed you to enjoy the pre-eminence of the Gillette Tower and being the sole vertical feature in that composition.
Well, if that's what you were meaning, Mr. Patel, it suggests, doesn't it, that again, wider heritage considerations were not at the forefront of the development of that building typology, were they?
We did consider the wider implications, the views from it, and we took a balanced view about where it was the right place to do.
Well, I just want to look at the way you've chosen to express it in 538. Avoid interference on views towards Gillette Tower on Scion Lane and from other key strategic views such as Scion Park. So insofar as there was some reference made to key strategic views, what the DAS was saying was that the intention was to avoid interference onto those views, wasn't it?
It's the degree of interference. It doesn't say no interference at all, does it?
It says avoid interference.
Well, avoid degree of interference, isn't it? That's what's implied.
Well, insofar as that wording was stating at the time you were trying to avoid interference in views from Scion Park, we know now that objective was not met.
No, that's true. We knew as we evolved the scheme, we were aware of how the height was distributed and how it affected the various TVI view. We had to look in the round at all the views that we were looking at and come to a balanced, considered judgment about where it's best to put the height according to urban design, heritage, and long distance views, and that's what we've been proposing, a considered solution to height in this sensitive context.
I'm sorry, Mr. Patel. Insofar as 538 says that an aspect of building typology 2 was to avoid interference on views from Scion Park, it has not met that objective for the building typology, has it? Avoid interference? Well,
I think it's avoiding degrees of interference is what you should say, and that's what we worked through.
Okay. Now, other building typology that's relevant, if one goes over to typology number 5 on page 58.
Yes.
One sees there building typology 5, defining a new route and creating an articulated skyline. Again, there's nothing in the approach to that building typology as expressed there, which identifies that heritage issues were placed at the heart of that building typology, is there?
Sorry, can you repeat that back again?
Yes, there's nothing in the way that building typology 5 is described to indicate that heritage issues were placed at the heart of the approach.
Again, the text doesn't say it, but this was designed in hand. The TVIA views, that feedback informed the final way the mass was distributed across anyway.
Sure, but you accept, as with other building typology, there's nothing in the text of the DAS to suggest that, is there?
The TVI document suggests that.
Well, there's nothing in the DAS to suggest that, is there, Mr. Patel?
There's nothing explicitly written in there to suggest that, but it was implied in the design and the process and the engagement we went through with the local authority and assessing it and discussing it with a heritage expert.
Okay, let's move on then, please. Next heading is the Council and the DRP initial review. It's the next heading. Council and the DRP initial review.
Yeah.
Now, in your proof, please, I don't think we need to turn it up unless you need to answer my question. But the first council pre-app in September 2020, there was a reference in your proof to the planners considered there was still a need for the height and massing to be refined further, and for further assessment. This is page 43 of your proof. If you need to go there, top right. And the comment that you've added there is the planners considered there was still a need for the height and massing to be refined further, and for further assessment of the potential impacts to justify the buildings being taller than envisaged in the local plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and just to get the chronology here, we knew from your proof on page 45 that there was a DRP meeting, design review panel meeting shortly afterwards on the 20th of September. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
It's confirmed at 461. And you say on page 45 on the third column, at the top of that column, observe that the flank wall of the block in the southern corner was somewhat impacting on the view from San RPG, suggests that the tower in the northern corner could be taller and more elegant, so the bulk could be minimised, thus reducing the effect on that view, as allowing for more generous courtyards in between the blocks. So,
where are those comments?
sorry, the top of the third column on page 45, ma'am.
Oh, 45.
Yeah.
Column 2, 3. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, in working out what had happened, we knew already that even before the first pre-app, the fundamentals of the scheme were in place, as you said, Mr. Patel. And I think you amended section 4.8 of your proof just before the inquiry to replace an original page that was in your original proof. But just so I can understand what had happened, in response to the concerns that had been expressed both by officers and by the design review panel about Sion Park, what actually happened, which is shown at page 48, is that you increased the height of the tallest tower fronting onto the Great Western Road, correct?
So just give me a second, just get the relevant drawing out, please. So the question, sorry, can you just repeat that question back again with
yes. On page 48, we can see it in terms of your response to the concerns that were being expressed by planners within the council at the time and the design review panel, was that if we walk through them, the height of the building on the corner on the Great Western Road was actually increased, wasn't it?
Yes, but that was as a response to not the Sign Lane building, but it was a response to the comment the planners made regarding the terrace that describes the eastern edge. They wanted to see more articulation and more differentiation between the shoulder buildings and the taller buildings. So that's the resulting change came from that comment.
Yes, but okay, but let's establish what the facts are first. You upped that by a story, and you also upped the other towers in block B to 15 stories each. So you increased the height of those as well, did you?
We also dropped the shoulder height buildings as indicated on that drawing. You can see.
Yes, yes. But in terms of the issue that had been raised, including impacts arising in relation to Sion Park, you actually added to the height of the tallest towers in the scheme. That's right, as a matter of fact, isn't it?
No, it's not it's not quite correct, because in reviewing the height of the buildings, we need to look at in the round. We At that point in that consultation, the D and E blocks heights was reduced, heights were tempered, heights were brought down, and that's part of thinking about heights. It's about the overall context, not a specific view. So the building's heights were generally amended to pick up the range of comments that we had from the local community, the CLG group, etc., and the planners, and we responded to adjusting all those heights, the highest heights, the medium heights, and the lowest heights to respond to those comments, and that's what affects those heights.
So just answer the questions. Actually, you increased the height of the other building fronting on to Great Western Road to bring it up to 12 stories as well. So,
but we also dropped height for D&E, as you can see in that drawing.
Yeah, yes, but
that's part of the adjustment of the balance to try to do these sites, optimize them, but also adjust them to respond to the context, which is the 360-degree context and the long-term views.
Mr. Patel, insofar as issues had been raised about Scion Park at that stage, it's right to record that the design move that you made involves increasing the height of the tallest buildings and thereby increasing potential impacts on Scion Park. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that would be the case.
Thank you. And insofar as one of the stated design objectives of the building typology was to avoid interference with Scion Park, that move acted contrary to that objective of the building typology, didn't it?
Well, as I clarified, it's about the degree of interference was about no interference at all.
Okay, now, thank you very much. Next to the heading, please, which is related, is the historic England involvement. We know that there was a second pre-app process in December 2019 after the design review panel, correct?
Sorry, I just need to get the timeline out for you to answer that question. Sorry, Mr. Linus, can you repeat that back again?
Second pre-app, I think it was December 2019 after the design review panel. Is that right?
The first pre-app was 2019 September.
Yes, and the second pre-app
was Feb 20.
Feb 20, okay, thank you. And this is when Historic England were consulted by way of a meeting in February, correct?
That's correct.
That was, after 2 rounds of review with the local planning authority, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's fair to say that you've accepted that by the time Historic England were asked to look at the scheme, the fundamentals had already been devised some time before that, even by the time of the first pre-app, correct?
The fundamentals of the scheme were developed from the conceptual statement in July to September, when the project started off from July to September, and then we had the pre-app, and at that point we looked at the scheme with the TVIA views, with a whole suite of information about the context and setting to inform that first pre-app that we've talked about. The pre-app then gradually, that scheme got developed through further consultation with our historical expert, using wirelines, models, etc., with a Townscape consultant, with a planning consultant, consulting the local people, the scheme that we presented in February 20. That's correct.
So could you just stick to my questions, please, Mr.
You do need to answer the question that's being asked you, Mr. Patel, and then go on to qualify or clarify if you need to, but you need to answer the question first.
I think as a matter of fact, Mr. Patel, you've accepted that long before Historic England were involved, you've accepted that the fundamentals of the scheme were in place.
Yes.
Right, isn't it? And insofar as issues had been raised about height, massing and Scion Park beforehand, again, before HE's involvement, you'd actually increased the height of the tallest buildings and increased impacts on Scion Park. That's correct, isn't it?
We worked through the project with a interdisciplinary team, which included Townscape, heritage experts, working through with the local authority. We selected the range of the views that we identified with the local authority, and we tested the scheme continually, working with that. And our scheme was informed by that investigation. I'm
sorry, Mr. Patel. Just answer my question. HE only became involved after you had put in place the fundamentals of the scheme and increased the height of the tallest buildings in response to comments on Scion Park, all before HE were involved. That's right, as a matter of fact, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, in your proof, you mentioned Historic England identified a view, an additional view, late in the assessment. You say this on page 88 of your proof, paragraph 5.2.1, 5.12.9. I'm sorry, if you want to look it up. See that?
Yeah.
You described as having late in the assessment. Now, just to work out the timing here, please. We can take out the HE correspondence if we need to, but perhaps you're familiar with it and can answer my question anyway. After the meeting in February with Historic England, information was sent through to us in April, and then we provided the response in writing in May. Do you recall that chronology?
Sorry, can you say that back again?
Yes, let's just take it out, actually, please. CD 12.1, so we're being absolutely clear. CD 12.1.
I'm not sure. Sorry to butt in. I'm not sure, Mr. Patel. Do you have that available to you there?
I have not got it available to me here.
Okay. I didn't think you were looking at the right thing there.
I mean, I'm only going to read out a couple of sentences. I'm very happy to do that, and if Mr. Patel doesn't feel able to answer the question based on that, then by all means we can try and get the document to him. But perhaps I can just put a couple of points from this letter to you, Mr. Patel, and by all means, if you're not happy to answer the question, say so. The letter from the 20th of May 2020 refers to the initial meeting on the 17th of February, which I think you recall, and then refers to sending through further information to help make an assessment of the proposal on the 23rd of April. Does that sound about right according to your recollection?
That's right.
Thank you very much. And in the summary, again, please say if you're not happy to accept this, but in the summary, the letter says, we recommend that further analysis of significance in order to better understand the impact of the development and inform design revisions to avoid or minimise harm likely to involve reduction in height. We also recommend further investigation in order to determine the possible extent of the impact on the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew World Heritage Site. So further investigation being recommended to determine impacts on Kew. That's the first point. And then if we, on the penultimate page of the same letter, and the penultimate paragraph in that page, it says this: views from Kew, the river itself and the towpath are some of the most important of Scion House and Park. We don't consider we have sufficient information to be confident the proposed development would not appear in this backdrop. We recommend a further view study in order to establish this. and mention is made to the Canaletto view. Okay, so in broad compass, Mr. Patel, recommendation for further investigation of Q, and recommendation for testing of further reviews, including from the towpath. Do you accept that?
Accept that in principle. I do not have the letter in front of me, so I can confirm the detail.
Thank you very much. And in the final page, there's reference to wanting accurate verified views which depict the articulation of the proposed building at the next stage. Again, prepared to accept that, Mr. Patel?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, it's clear, isn't it, from that exchange that when the fundamentals of the scheme had already been put in place, and at a stage when you'd already decided to increase the height of buildings, of the tallest buildings on the site, there's no evidence in the DAS or the proof that you'd analyse the effect of the scheme from the Thames path. That's right, isn't it?
That's not true. We were aware of there is a visual impact of this view. It was the design of the scheme evolved.
At the time, at this time, we were asking for a view study to include a specific view, including the approximation view of the Canaletto painting. And perhaps I can take this on stage. There's certainly nothing in the DAS to suggest that, as at this stage, when the fundamentals of the scheme were in place and you'd already decided to increase the height of the tallest buildings, that you'd analyse the effect of the scheme from the Thames path by reference to visualisations that have been prepared. There's no evidence of that in the DAS at all, is there?
The TVIA views set in the planning document look at views from Kew and along the river, and we were aware of how a building would manifest itself into that view.
Well, let's take this in stages. First of all, there's nothing in the DAS which indicates that at the time when the fundamentals of the scheme had been devised, you had analysed the scheme from the Thames path, is there?
Well, we were aware of the view from the Thames path and the connected journey that would come there, and the views from Q's have been analysed in the TVIA, so we were aware of the building and what appeared in that context.
Can you just answer my question? Sorry. There's nothing in the DAS to indicate that you had assessed the effect of the scheme from the Thames path at a stage when the fundamentals of the scheme had already been put in place and you increased the height of buildings on the tallest parts of the site. Right, isn't it?
Can I check on that and come back after the break? I just want to check that. It doesn't appear to be in the document in front of me, but I'm sure we were aware of it.
Indeed, there's nothing in your proof or even in your evidence in chief today which suggested that by the time that you accepted the fundamentals of the scheme being in place, or at the stage where historic England were involved, that you analysed the effect of the scheme from the Thames path near Kew, is there?
We were aware of it, we tested it, we walked around it, and we had a heritage expert who gave us an opinion about that impact.
Well, we knew, don't we, that the views from the Thames path were included in an addendum to the TVIA, don't we?
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Patel.
I think we did, yes.
It's an addendum to the TVIA. So the views from the Thames path near Kew, including the Canaletto view, were not actually included in the TVIA submitted with the application, were they?
I'm not sure about that. I'm going to check on that, Linus.
Right. You don't know? Just bear with me one moment.
I do recall the September 2020 application. The Canaletto view was not included in the Townscape statement, but was included in the heritage statement.
Okay, we'll come on to the heritage statement in a moment. Okay. Okay, so it was included in the addendum, the TVIA, not the TVIA as submitted. So again, it tends to confirm the point I've been putting to you, Mr. Patel, that certainly at all stages when you had been developing the fundamentals of the scheme and increasing the height from the buildings to Sion, there is no evidence that you were analysing the effect of the scheme from the Thames path, in particular from viewpoints that only appeared in the TVIA addendum later. That's right, isn't it?
We were aware of the view, we were aware of the impact it would have, and we as a team looked at it, and the heritage expert gave an impact that is not a harmful impact, and we were in the balance happy to consider the scheme as we got it now.
Well, I think, ma'am, I'm going to move on. I hope you have the point. I just want to ask about the heritage. The next heading is the heritage advice that you were receiving, Mr. Patel. As I understand it, although Dr. Mealy is giving evidence for your client at the inquiry, you were being advised by KM Heritage at the time. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we can take out the document if we need to, but I'll put the point in the interest of saving time. There was a heritage statement that was submitted ultimately in support of the application. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right.
Thank you very much. And the advice that you were receiving at the time, Mr. Patel as architect, was that there would be no harm to any heritage asset at all. That's right, isn't it?
No, it's not. It was that in the balance, it was not a harmful impact for that particular view.
Okay, well, let's just, if we take out, please, I don't know if you have it, but can we take out CD 110, please, which is the heritage statement?
Mr. Lindes, I do not have that statement in hand again.
Perhaps.
I think
Okay,
Dr. Chris Miller might be a better candidate to delve into a bit more detail.
Well, let me put a single sentence in the heritage statement too, and if you're unhappy, I'm just trying to understand what was influencing the design at the time, including the heritage advice you were being given. Just bear with me one moment. CD 110 was the heritage statement, as I've said, and the conclusion of that, if you want to check on due course, is page 65, paragraph 5.8. And the conclusion
page 65.
65, ma'am, on the hard copy. Paragraph
is on page 64.
Yes, it runs over into page 65, ma'am.
Not on my printed version, it doesn't.
Ah.
What does your paragraph 5.8 start as?
My 5.8 starts on 64 and then runs down the top half of 65 before 5.9 starts.
What words does it start with?
Favourable context.
No.
Ah.
So I've got heritage statement, KM Heritage, dated September 2020.
Yes.
I've been provided with a hard copy and my 5.
Okay. Do you have 5.8 on page 64, ma'am?
Do, but it's only a very short paragraph. Starts the effect of the height and the visibility of the proposed scheme on the setting of.
All right. Are you looking at CD 110, ma'am? There's another heritage statement at CD 2.4.
Well, that's in the bundle of 4 documents that I asked for in hard copy. That's what's been provided me as CD 1.10.
Ah, right. And that's for Tesco Osterley, is it, ma'am? The front sheet?
Homebase.
Ah, right, okay. Just bear with me a second.
Just check on the
Ah, right.
okay, so CD 1.10 on the electronic library is Tesco.
Yes, bear with me. Maybe there's been a duplication, ma'am. Just bear with me.
CD 1.10 on the electronic is the Tesco one.
Yes, it is.
But I've been provided a hard copy of CD 1.10, and that's the Homebase one.
Right. I'll need to check. Yes, I'll need to check that, ma'am.
So I don't know where on the electronic library the heritage statement for the Homebase site is.
Bear with me.
Was it the Homebase one you wanted?
It was, ma'am, but perhaps we just need to park that for now while we check the position on that. Just actually, I can just understand.
CD 2.4.
Bear with me. I think there's a duplicate. I think there's a duplication on the electronic version, ma'am.
So CD 2.4 is the heritage statement. Again, that's Tesco Osterley.
So,
So the
yes,
wrong
okay.
one's been put in electronically at 1.10.
Yeah, 0.10, yes.
Could someone on the applicant's team, please, who's doing the library?
We'll sort that out, ma'am.
Thank
We
you.
were just reaching, I didn't want to butt in, but we just reached the same conclusion checking it ourselves. So
Yeah.
it's
No.
luckily you've got the hard copy, ma'am, but 110 is the wrong HIA.
Yes. Okay, that's useful to identify that now. Okay. So,
Which document were you wanting to take me to? The Tesco one or the Homebase one?
The Homebase one, ma'am, but I think we probably just need to check a reference before I take it any further. Perhaps I can put it this way and ask Mr. Patel what his understanding was, and we can check this offline, as it were. The advice that was being given Mr. Patel as far as the home-based scheme was concerned, did you understand that to acknowledge that there was harm being caused in relation to any heritage asset in general or Sion Park in particular?
We, as I said, we assessed all the TVI views. We were aware of the visual impact in this view, and we're happy that the scheme is designed. KM Architect clarified that heritage arm, because he's the expert, there was not a harmful impact, and that's what we work around.
I think that's my point, Mr. Patel. I mean, we know what the position of your client is for the purposes of this inquiry, but all the while when the scheme was being developed and you were taking advice from the heritage experts, our understanding is that you were never being advised that there was harm caused by the scheme in any heritage sense. I think that's what you're confirming, isn't it?
No, what I'm saying is we knew about how the scheme would appear itself on the Thames path and along those lines of buildings, and we discussed it, and we concluded there's not a harmful impact.
Yes, but we knew what the position is of your client as far as the evidence that's presenting to this inquiry is concerned. It's accepted that there is harm. There's a debate to be had over the extent of that harm, but it's right, isn't it, that throughout the design process, the design was developed in a context where, contrary to the position that's being advanced at the inquiry, you were being advised that the proposals were causing no harm at all. Right, isn't it?
Yes, it was about being acceptable harm impact to the site and the balance of the scheme against the benefits and the harm and what the scheme has to offer in the balance in the round.
Well, no, just want to be clear what you understood you were being told. I think you were saying you were being advised that the proposals were causing no harm at all.
Not a harmful impact.
No harmful impact. So again, just to confirm my question, when the fundamentals of the design were being put in place and throughout the design process, the design was being developed in a context where you were being advised, contrary to the position that's being put at the inquiry, that there was no harm at all being caused by the proposals. That's right, isn't it?
It was not a harmful effect. It was saying no harm. There would be some harm, but it's not a harmful impact.
You keep changing your answer, Mr. Patel.
Sorry, I don't mean to.
So I've got various answers to the same question. The question that's being asked you is that when you were designing your scheme and the fundamentals were in place, was the advice you were being given that there was no harm to the heritage assets? Or was it that there was some harm, but that was acceptable harm, or
some harm and acceptable?
Well,
that's different from what you were saying before, when you were saying that there was no harm.
Sorry, that was not a harmful impact. I didn't say no harm. I mean that there was some harm, but it was acceptable the harm that was impact that was created.
So you can't have it. You can't have it both ways.
We were advised by KM Heritage that it was not a harmful impact.
okay, ma'am. Well, we can.
That's the best I can do, I'm afraid.
Likewise, ma'am. I don't want to labour the question. I think you have my point. And we can check on the documentation. Right, let's move on to the next heading, please. Mr. Patel, which is the sort of final design rationale. And I just want to understand what's happened here, please. And within this sort of broad heading, the first one relates to the application sites. We know that we have two separate applications here, and as we've seen in the design and access statement, you've referred to the need to relocate the Tesco to something of a roughly equivalent size, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the back again? I was getting my documents out.
So yes, we know from our brief visit to the design and access statement that part of what was required as part of the design for the Homebase scheme was catering for the need to relocate the Tesco to a store of a roughly equivalent size, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So the site which you were working on had to accommodate the requirements of the replacement Tesco, correct?
Yes, it did. I cannot remember the exact dimensions of the current Tesco building compared to this, but we had a specific brief given to us of the size of accommodation, and we were to accommodate that on that side.
Okay, so I mean, I think, well, I can ask Mr. Roberts about this later. There was a slight reduction in size of the Tesco Extra of roughly 1,000 square meters GIA. But I think we can agree, can't we, that key elements of the brief appear to have been shaped by Tesco. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. So one aspect of the starting point is that you had two sites with an existing Tesco on one, but you're asked to accommodate a similar size store on a much smaller site to the south, correct?
Smaller in a sense of site footprint, or?
Yes, we had the Tesco application site I hope you can agree this is roughly 5.5 hectares, and the Homebase application site is roughly 1.5 hectares. You take that?
Yes, but they also accommodate different provisions of car parking, hence the scale.
Yes, so I'll come on to that, but at its heart, what you were being asked to do was to take a Tesco Extra of a designated size and move that to a site that was less than a third the size of the Tesco application site, correct?
That's right. With a less provision of car parking.
Okay, I'm going to come on to that. But your starting point as a designer was that you had a plot that was at its heart driven by the need to use the most of a smaller site area to provide the Tesco. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a plot. We had to design and optimize the plot to cater for Tesco, the public development improvements we wanted, and the residential content. Yeah.
Yeah. So moving to a much smaller plot, we know from the plan that you prepared that you were essentially driven by the need to accommodate a large format Tesco store, which took up the bulk of the plot on the ground floor, correct?
The willingness of Tesco to move from the current site to here was a key determinant on the regeneration of Great West Road, and
yes,
that means that we had to take that brief and design it within the site we've got. Yes.
Yes. What that meant effectively was that your starting point was to, for all intents and purposes, provide the large format Tesco store to take up most of the ground floor effectively. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And then what you then had to do was put parking on 2 levels above, albeit at a reduced level, before you thought about adding any housing, correct?
We had different options to look at. We could have a Tesco store on the ground floor. We could have had the parking below ground or above ground, and we decided in designing this option to put the parking above ground for the points I raised earlier about future-proofing the possible use of that floor space from car parking in due course to create more sustainable workspace. We decided to put the car parking on the building.
But the point is, insofar as you were looking to provide housing, the need to provide the Tesco and then the choice of putting the parking on top, it meant that you were effectively generating the need for a three-story podium before any new housing was provided. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So the brief for the site in particular essentially required you to go up if any quantum of housing was going to be delivered, correct?
Right. As I said earlier, we could put the car park below, but that had an implication on the future sustainability of this area. So we decided to put the car park above and put the residential above in order to create a built environment which is future-proof in sustainable terms for the long term.
Understand, Mr. Patel. Can you stick with my question, please? It's a really so simple one, just trying to understand what the broad thinking was, that the decisions that you were taking meant that before you were looking to provide any housing, you really had to go up because the Tesco store re-provision and the approach to car parking dictated that you had to, because you used up 3 floors already. That's right, isn't it?
Well, in a way it's right, but what we did is, as I explained earlier, we have looked at incorporating residential or lower floors as well as above the podium, where we could optimize the site and the brief for Tesco's. Yeah.
Okay. And in the context of providing the Tesco, I don't understand you to have said, or there to be any suggestion in the brief for the site that there were viability constraints which dictated any particular amount of housing that you put over the Tesco and the parking. Is that right? Sorry,
can you repeat it back again? The line just broke for a minute.
Sorry, in the context of providing the Tesco, there's nothing in the DAS insofar as the brief was referred to suggest that there were viability constraints which dictated any particular amount of housing on the site.
No.
No, thank you. Or which dictated the composition of housing on the site? That's right, isn't it?
The composition of the housing would be dictated by the planning brief.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and if we just go back to the building typologies for a moment, we've examined the extent to which heritage was identified in the DAS as an aspect of the development of those typologies. Can we just go back, please, in the DAS CD 1.6 to page 55? And if we look at the at the justification for the approach that was taken, 538, the tallest building says locating the Townscape marker on this corner responds to the strategy to move the massing away from the Gillette corner, avoiding interference on views. We've looked at that.
Yeah.
Just bear with me for a moment. Let's just check a reference. Right, bear with me, I've just lost a reference. Yes, bear with me. It's your proof, and apologies, it's page 67 of your proof.
Page 67.
Page 67, building typology 2.
Yes.
And when you're describing what you've been doing there, there is a reference at 5.37 to a point of change on the urban grain from residential to industrial. You see that?
Yes.
So insofar as the design rationale for this typology is concerned, addressing the change of grain from urban to residential, in your evidence that referred to moving from the large footprint of the industrial buildings to the east, to the finer grain residential to the west, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so insofar as you expressed your approach to grain in the way that Mr. Warren asked you to clarify, that design approach does not of itself justify any particular height in design terms in this location, does it?
Sorry, can you repeat again? The line's breaking up.
And so, insofar as your approach to urban grain is mentioned there as part of the design rationale, that does not of itself justify any particular height in design terms in this location, does it?
It does justify the height because the footprint is about creating a building that responds to the scale of Great West Road, and Great West Road, as you've seen from the images, have a whole range of buildings from factories to the office tower and different scales of building. And this building, because it's meant to be a gateway, would be a taller element than the horizontal buildings sit along Great West Road. That's what three-dimension.
Yes, Mr. Patel, I'm going to ask you about the gateway point. It's separate. My question is about the grain and the way that you described it, which is the approach that you were taking in 2D. So again, there's nothing in your reference to the change of urban grain from residential to industrial and the way that informed building typology 2 to justify any particular height, given that you were considering grain in 2D. That's right, isn't it?
In a way, that grain was more about addressing the nature of the architecture and the size of buildings rather than a particular scale to it.
Okay, that's fine. So then that's sort of one aspect of the rationale for typology, which didn't inform height, as it were. The next point that you make, and you've already made in your oral evidence, is the gateway into the Townscape corridor, which you have identified already in your evidence. To the extent that that function was to be performed, there's nothing in the design and access statement to say that height of up to 17 stories is necessary to achieve a recognizable gateway function, is there?
No, there isn't, but it's the way related to the height and the general massing of the general scheme, because the gateway is experienced as a kinetic experience going from east to west or west to east, and you see the buildings that sit around it, and being taller decides that is a taller element rather than a specific height. Yes.
Yes. So there's nothing in the evidence, the DAS in particular, to say that you had to go as high as 17 stories such that it was necessary to achieve a recognizable gateway function there. That's right, isn't it?
Well, the DRP actually suggested there should be even more height there because I thought in urban terms that needs to be stronger.
Well, that was subject to rebalancing mass elsewhere, but can you just answer my question, Mr. Patel? There's nothing in the DAS, your evidence, to say that a height of 17 stories is necessary to achieve a recognizable gateway function. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. It depends on the buildings around it to describe the vertical feature.
Thank you very much. And if we look back at other aspects of that typology, where you talk about celebrating the Gillette building with the tower as the main feature in the junction, do you recall that?
Yeah.
Again, if that was part of the design driver, you were recognizing, weren't you, that the Gillette building was already performing a landmark function in proximity to this junction, weren't you?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, to the extent that any gateway function was to be performed, on the one hand, you were claiming that the building was required to do that, but on the other, you were recognizing that the Gillette building was already performing a gateway function, weren't you?
No. The gateway function that I talked about, this view from Sign Lane and the role of the Gillette Tower as an important townscape element. If you're going from east to west, the Gillette Tower doesn't appear in that composition until you go past the way it's in the background, in the sky ground of the building. It doesn't appear on Great West Road because the building itself is sitting 45 degrees away, significantly stepped back from Great West Road and at an angle when you look at it. So when you're driving from east to west, the Gillette Tower doesn't function as a gateway function is experienced.
You accept that it serves as a landmark, don't you?
Yes, it serves as a landmark as you walk around the site, yes.
Yes, so in terms of anyone traveling east-west and wanting to have a point of orientation to understand where they were going as they traveled east-west, you were relying upon the Gillette Tower as already performing a landmark function to that extent, weren't you?
I don't think it works in that way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyway, I have your answers on height in another context. The other design rationale that you give here for building typology 2 in your proof is to move massing away from the Gillette corner. Do you see that at 538?
Yes.
Now, that design rationale presumes a starting point in terms of volume of development that you need to cater for, doesn't it?
It's about fashioning the massing around the site to respond to Sign Lane, the corner building, and marking a gateway.
Yes, so it's about the movement of a predetermined mass, effectively. You've assumed the mass you need to move around, haven't you?
Well, it's a role of these sites, which are important in the regeneration area of sites of this scale, to be optimized and deliver the housing needs that London requires.
Yes, but as far as the positive design rationale is concerned, simply moving the massing away from Gillette Corner doesn't give a positive design rationale for locating that scale of development on the other side of the urban block, does it?
It does, because in my design terms, it's about marking that gateway and putting a scale of building that relates back to the Great West Road scale of architecture and a sense of place.
But as you've accepted, you don't need 17 stories to achieve that function, do you?
It could be higher, it could be lower, depending on the context.
Thank you very much. Now, building typology 5. Similar point, please. If we go to, while we're in your proof, page 70 of your proof, please.
Yeah, I have it.
And you say that the massing capitalizes on the location away from the more sensitive residential context and creates an articulated skyline to avoid a wall effect on views along the GWR. So again, you accept, wouldn't you, Mr. Patel, that to avoid a wall effect, you don't need to articulate by adding height, do you?
But articulation of any linear element will create interest and rhythm. So what we're trying to do there.
Yes, but if you're seeking to avoid a wall effect, you don't necessarily make your design move to increase height, because at a lower height, the wall effect may not arise in the same way. That's right, isn't it?
But it depends on the height of the terrace.
Exactly.
In design terms, we were designing a linear terrace there, and we wanted to articulate the terrace to function as a series of buildings coming together to make a street composition.
Yeah, so if it's about a street, you don't need to articulate. Again, you don't need to articulate by adding height, do you?
Well, we articulate the terrace itself, the linear building, to create variation in height, and that's how you articulate it.
Yes, but just my question, you don't need to articulate by adding height to avoid a wall effect, do you?
Well, a wall effect is basically a horizontal linear building, which would be defined as a wall. In order to articulate that horizontal element, you'd have some parts which are higher, some parts which are lower, and that creates an articulation.
Yes, but again, I'll just ask one more time and I'll move on. To avoid a wall effect, you do not need to articulate specifically by adding height, do you?
By subtracting and adding height, that's how you articulate the wall building.
The question that's being asked, proposition that's being put to you, Mr. Patel, is that to avoid the appearance of a wall effect, is you don't have to increase height to do that. In fact, what you could do is decrease height of parts.
Okay, yeah. I get that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, sticking with this typology, please, building typology 5. Can we take out, please, just to understand the design rationale? It's Appendix K to the evidence of Mr. Spence. I'm not sure if Mr. Patel will have this actually, so I may need to see if there's another way of asking the question. But Mr. Patel, do you have Appendix K to Mr. Spence's evidence for Ogura?
I do not, because I'm an expert witness on assessment of heritage impact.
Okay. Let's see if I can put the point without going to that evidence. Would you recognise, Mr. Patel, that when one is looking at building typology 5, and we can see the diagram on page 70, that there is an abrupt change in scale between the buildings in that block B and the buildings to the east?
Yes, there is for a very important reason. The industrial hinterland between the Great West Road and railway line, which lies immediately in front of the eastern edge, is identified for future regeneration. And part of the scheme is looking at introducing a new street to connect Great West Road with a clean air route off the Great West Road and getting people to circle in the middle of that hinterland to create a new grain. So what will emerge in the current industrial site, which get plots there, is a new grain that will then across to create a new neighborhood. And this is something that we develop in discussion with the local authority.
I'm sorry, are you able to point me to the part of the emerging policy which says that the industrial development immediately to the east of the site is going to be developed at a similar height to what you're proposing here?
Mr. Linus, I need to come back to you with that because I haven't got the information here, but after the break, I'd like to present that to you.
You need to answer the questions that are being put to you. If you can't answer it, you just need to acknowledge that you can't answer that. You don't know if you don't know.
Well, I know there's a policy there, but I haven't got the document with me. It's something we discussed with the local authority.
Very well. Bear with me a moment, Mr. Patel. I can help you. Okay, let's leave that there, Mr. Patel. So again, I can make submissions of it later on, but your understanding then was that you were seeking to provide for scale in this location because you understood that there was going to be development at a similar scale immediately to the east of the application site?
My understanding was that your question was to do with that it's an abrupt drop. And what I'm saying is that that site is part of the regeneration area and there will be other developments to come through in the future, which would be of a similar height and scale to this scheme.
Okay, just bear with me. Well, I think perhaps given the access to documents that you've got, Mr. Patel, we just need to leave that there so that can be checked. Bearing in mind my questions about the sites immediately to the east. Let's just stick though with the current context in case we do need to revisit this. You accept there's an abrupt change with the existing scale to the east. Insofar as you relied upon reconciling the urban grain in 2D form in your evidence, I think you would accept, wouldn't you, that if one looks at the scale of buildings that are there now, you could not describe these proposals as reconciling any change of scale between the industrial area and the residential area. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And you can't claim any urban design value in mediating a transition in scale between the residential to the west and the industrial to the east. That's right, isn't it?
But wherever projects we work on, there's always, when you're regenerating an area such as this, the new generation will sit next to cheek by jowl on existing sites which are lower in scale, and they will then get regenerated in due course to create a more coherent urban fabric is the given standard.
Okay, just answer my question about the existing scale, please, Mr. Patel. There is no positive design rationale that you can identify to justify such an abrupt change of scale between the building typology 5 and the scale of the industrial buildings right next to it, is there?
As existing, no.
Thank you very much. And one notes here as well that when one's looking at building typology 5, and your reference at page 70, no mention whatsoever of how buildings such as Scion Clinic were taken into account when developing any massing strategy for building typology 5. That's right, isn't it?
There's not mentioned there, but Scion Clinic, the massing and the design of the Scion Clinic was taken on board when we designed building A1 and B1 in the way that buildings are articulated and how it addresses the street front and the Art Deco architecture.
Okay, but in terms of scale, again, nothing in terms of how the scale of buildings in typology 5 took into account Scion Clinic and similar things to the east. It isn't mentioned at all, is it?
Acknowledge the Scion Clinic was designed in the 30s as a factory building for Coty, and that has a different function from a residential function we're looking to insert into the site, so there will be a change of scale.
Again, sorry, Mr. Patel, just answer my question. There's nothing in the DAS, your evidence, to suggest that effects on Scion Clinic were acknowledged when coming up with building typology 5. That's right, isn't it?
Not written in the DAS.
Thank you very much. And again, building typology 4, before we move on, please. Page 69 of your proof. Building C, located on the southern corner of the Homebase site, promote legibility as a key focal point from the station. Okay, do you see that 5312?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, the station is effectively right next door, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. What you propose here, I think, is up to 10 stories. Is that correct?
That's true.
So, if the purpose of this corner building is to provide some presence as an arrival point from the station at this end of the scheme, there's no design imperative which requires a building that tall to achieve that function, is there?
The height of that building needs to be looked at, apart from coming out the Scion Lane station. What the view is the other gable end buildings across and providing a terminus to that sort of grain of development sitting on this southern edge.
Well, I'm looking at the way. I'm sorry, Mr. Patel. I'm just looking at the way it's expressed in your proof, which reflects which is what in the DAS. The way it's expressed in the proof is promote legibility as a key focal point from the station. Create a prominent corner when arriving from the station. My simple question to you, which I don't think you've answered actually, is that there's no positive design imperative which requires a height of 10 stories to achieve legibility from the station so close, is there?
That's true. It's relative to the other buildings around it.
Well, again, insofar as buildings around it are concerned, there is no design imperative to justify a 10-story building by reference to the residential development further to the east, is there?
There's a distance of 66 meters between the development on the east and space in between, because a whole range of mature trees. So that relationship, I think, is crucial.
Yeah, but there's. I'm sorry. Can you answer my question, please? There's no positive design rationale for locating 10 stories by means of mediating some transition in scale from the residential development to the east, is there?
No.
No, thank you. Right.
Mr. Linus, I think you gave me an estimate of half an hour for cross-examination.
I
appreciate Mr. Patel hasn't been answering the questions directly, but even so, it's an hour and a half now.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's an underestimate, obviously. I'm nearly there. I've got 2 headings to go, and I would hope to be done by by 1 o'clock, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
But if you would prefer to break, I'm happy to do that because I'm at a convenient
Not
point.
in the middle
anyway.
of not in the middle of your questions now. We'll carry on.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next heading, please, the design review panel position. You'd agree, Mr. Patel, that the DRP process is an important one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And again, we can take it up if necessary, but its importance is emphasised by London Plan policy requiring schemes to consider and address DRP recommendations, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if we can, I hope you have it, but can we go to the DRP final report on the Homebase scheme, please? Do you have a copy of that?
I haven't got a copy in hand, but I've got a summary of it here.
Can you give me a CD reference?
CD 3.12, ma'am. Okay, so just so I can run you through this, Mr. Patel, on the first page, hopefully what I'm reading to you is consistent with the summary that you have. It says, although the design team have tackled several issues, but halfway down the first paragraph, ma'am, that were raised at the previous DRP relating to the clean air route, the scale and massing of the proposal and the linked vision for the two sites, the design evolution is focused on mitigating these issues rather than solving them. Does that ring any bells, Mr. Patel?
So would you mind just repeating that back again, because I'm just, it's a DRP 2 notes, yes?
Yes, it's the letter from the 28th of January 2021.
Actually, it's 18th January 2021. Sorry, yeah, right?
28th, sorry. Do you have that?
On my record says DRP review was held the 18th of January 21. So
yeah, the letter says the review date was the 18th, but the letter from the DRP itself
yeah,
is
okay,
the 20th.
that's fine. I haven't got the letter here. Can you just go to that point back again, if you would, please?
Surely. Halfway down the first paragraph on the first page, says, although the design team have tackled several issues that were raised at previous DRP relating to the clean air route, the scale and massing of the proposal and the linked vision for the two sites, the design evolution is focused on mitigating these issues rather than solving them. Do you see that?
I haven't got the letter in front of me, so I'm at a loss a little bit on that.
Right. Then they go on to say, we still believe that the brief to accommodate a Tesco superstore of equivalent size to the existing has made it virtually impossible for you to achieve a scheme of the quality that you and Hounslow are aiming to achieve here. Again, does that ring any bells, Mr. Patel?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And on page 2 over the page, if one looks down, ma'am, to a paragraph, a heading, it says form and character. And then the first paragraph under that says although there's been an improvement since the first review, both in massing and architectural language, we still had real concerns about the overall quantity of development above the podium. And then they go on to say, we agree it's correct for the 17-storey tower to the high point, steps down to a lower block at the corner. However, we feel that the tower does not have adequate space around it to be comfortable. In addition, its proportions appear wide from certain viewpoints, emphasised by how it adjoins the 10-storey infill blocks. But they go on to say, in a prominent location could be a much higher architectural quality, support a more elegant, taller tower to help redistribute some mass from elsewhere, subject to appropriate view testing. Do you see, or do you recall that, Mr. Patel?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. So it's pretty clear, isn't it, that DRP, even by the time that we'd reached the development of the scheme in January 2021, still had what could be fairly described as fundamental concerns with the scheme.
DRP is one of the consulting bodies that were contributed to the scheme, and they obviously took that view. Yes,
and as you said, their role is obviously an important one. It's emphasised in in London plan policy, isn't it?
The DRP advice have to be weighed by the local authority to be looked at. It isn't. It isn't the final judgment of the scheme. The scheme has to be looked at in the round and look at all the balance of objectives as required and viewed against that.
Yes, I've heard that. I mean, it brings me on to my next question. You've accepted that DRP had fundamental concerns with the scheme. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and in your proof, I'll take you to one example, but in your proof at page 27, at paragraph 3.7.6, you say that views were addressed by engaging in an interdisciplinary dialogue between the applicant's heritage, planning and design advisors, as well as London Borough of Hounslow. Okay, now we've looked already at what your heritage advisors were telling you as part of this dialogue, but you went to say, through this dialogue, we decided the design presented in this proof is the optimal one, bearing all relevant factors in mind, and then you go on to explain that. I think that text appears, I think, at least half a dozen times in your proof, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I think Mr. Adams repeats it as well. Now, insofar as you refer to an optimal approach being taken, the use of that word suggests that obviously you had options available for consideration that were open to you. That's right, isn't it?
We tested various options at various stages as we developed the scheme. Yes.
Yes, and it's right, isn't it, that having heard the concerns of the DRP, there's no evidence before the inquiry that you addressed these concerns by considering alternative massing or height solutions for the scheme, right, isn't it?
We looked at the scheme in the round with all the TVIA views and came to a balanced judgment about where the height was distributed across to make a considered response to the context.
Sorry, can you just answer my question? There's no evidence that you addressed the fundamental concerns of the DRP by considering alternative massing or height solutions, is there?
But through the evolution of the scheme, the 3 rounds, we looked at alternative massing with the TVIA and we did look at the options that we just discussed.
Yes, well, we knew that this was the final DRP report, which was going to be a culmination of the of work you'd carried out earlier. But can you just answer my question? I'll ask it once more. There's no evidence that, as a result of the DRP process, that you sought to address the DRP concerns by considering alternative massing or height solutions, is there?
I'll answer that directly. We looked at options and we came to a judgment that what we had there was a balanced and considered judgment.
Sorry, well, let's put it.
We did not look at any further options beyond that.
So you didn't address concerns by considering alternative massing or height solutions, did you?
No, we did not think we needed to.
Okay. This incantation that you have, Mr. Patel, if I can put it that way, about in 3.7.6 about the perception of another layer of development and appearing distinct in views from heritage assets. Again, subject of following the answer you've just given me, that says nothing about how options to address harm to heritage assets were considered, does it? Does it, Mr. Patel?
No, it doesn't. What it meant to say is that we see this scheme is obviously bigger in scale than anything around it, but we see as a distinctive new layer, which signifies the development of the Great West Road as being positive in response to the context and being quite distinct.
So just to understand, as an architect, you, or even the part of the interdisciplinary dialogue that you referred to, you're saying that part of the justification for the height was to allow anyone viewing this from anywhere to identify identify the Great West Corridor?
Well,
Was that the design rationale for going for height, was it?
no, the rationale was that we see this building composition as contributing to the townscape and the development of Great West Road and the context, and obviously it will be seen from different places to different degrees.
Okay, right. A couple of final questions, please. First on Gillette Tower, and second on other buildings, please. Hope to deal with it very briefly. I think you've said in evidence that the approach that you were taking was to ensure that development took a secondary role in views along Scion Lane, with the tower to stay as the main feature, correct?
Yes.
And the tower at the moment is a singular feature, isn't it?
Sorry, you're talking about the Gillette Tower?
Yes.
Sorry, the question was, is it a singular feature?
Yes.
The tower is a singular feature in its current context
Yes.
of being part of the factory. Yes.
Yes. Yes, and it was designed as such at the time, wasn't it?
Well, there would have been other chimneys and other buildings, vertical features in that landscape as well.
Yes, but it was, I mean, I think you've recognised its landmark rule, which reflects its design, doesn't it?
Yes, viewed from
Yes.
particular views, yes.
Yes. So, and you accept, don't you, that one of the important factors to bear in mind is that development should not affect its landmark rule, right, isn't it?
Well, we've demonstrated by doing the scheme that it's possible to respect the landmark status of Gillette Tower, even reinforce it by the buildings put on Scion Lane to emphasize its importance and frame the view.
Yeah, but again, just answer my question in terms of what the objective is. The objective is not to affect its landmark rule, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And it follows then that the objective was not to affect its landmark rule as dominating the surroundings in architectural terms, correct?
Sorry, say again?
It follows, doesn't it, that if the objective was not to affect its landmark rule, that means you were not to affect its landmark rule in dominating its surroundings?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, just want to ask a couple of very brief questions about views along Scion Lane, because I saw the images that you used as part of your presentation. Do you have access to the latest TPIA views that are in CD 10.51, ma'am? I think it's one of the documents I hope you have in hard copy. And hopefully A3. Do you have those images?
10.51, yeah, hang on, in hard copy.
Yeah.
Right. These are the visualizations, yeah.
Yeah, it's view A on page 47, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have that, Mr. Patel?
I'm just looking for, I can't seem to find it on my table here. Sorry, my apologies. Can we pick this up for the break and I'll try and get a copy of it, because I don't seem to have it here. I'm simply mislaid it.
Okay.
Do you not have access to a laptop or a computer there to access the inquiry library?
If you just give me a minute, I'll get somebody to just bring it up for me.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Sorry, ma'am, this is hopefully going to be a fairly short point. Often the problem with visual material, you spend 10 minutes looking for a 30-second question.
Yeah. Or is there someone else who could maybe screen share? See if I can find it.
My apologies, ma'am. I've got something to give to help me get access to the documents. I'll have them on the screen in a minute, please.
Okay.
Mr. Linus, can you just remind me of the document reference, please?
CD 10.51, and it's view A on page 47.
Many thanks.
Can give you that, but it's
Yes.
with the library. I can't get the pictures any bigger than this.
No. Well, ma'am, you'll understand that. But when you see the hard copy that the applicants have prepared, obviously the view looks somewhat different. But I'll leave you to identify that in your own time. I'm looking at the image that's been prepared for the purpose of the site visit, so you will see it anyway.
Sorry.
It was up there for a moment, wasn't it?
That was me. Do you want to put it back up again?
Well, I don't know whether
Yes.
it's going to help Mr. Linus to ask the question or not. Subject
Let's give it a go, ma'am. I'm keen to press on.
Yeah, have a seat, Mr. Patel, and we'll use the one that's very kindly been screen shared by the inspector.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm
Thanks,
sorry, I can't make it any bigger.
No,
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
be
that.
good.
Thank you. My apologies.
So if you don't give me the answers I want, I'll just say it's due to the size of the picture on the screen. Okay. Okay. So in the context of the questions that was asked you, I know there'll be differences of judgment reached, but can we agree that in the views that you prepared or your clients prepared along Scion Lane here, that you would lose views of the southern frontage of the Gillette building onto the Great Western Road?
Your view would be amended, yes?
Yes, okay. There would be a reduction in clear sky around the Gillette Tower compared with the current view, correct?
Yes.
And you will be viewing buildings generally, you'll be viewing the tower and the Gillette building itself in the context of buildings which are of a much greater height in the Homebase scheme.
Sorry, can you repeat that back again?
Yes, you will be viewing the building in the context of the new buildings on Scion Lane, which are a much greater height, correct?
Sorry, I'm confused about the question. Which building is starting off?
The building of the Gillette building. You'll be viewing that generally in the context of buildings that are at a much greater height on the Homebase.
Yes. Sorry, my apologies.
And in views along Scion Lane here, the setback that you referred to in evidence will not be as apparent as it would be, you would say, on routes to the Great West Road, correct?
Well, this is just one view. If you come out from the stations, you walk up, the view changes and opens up, which is what happens in Townscape all along. It's a kinetic experience. It isn't one view.
Yeah,
it isn't
understand. I'm just asking about the viewpoint that you've put in, but obviously it's kinetic, so there'll be views going back from here as well. But in views along Scion Lane, there will be part of the kinetic journey where the setback isn't apparent, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And obviously here, all the evidence that you have given us about the Homebase scheme, that you're aware that there will be the Tesco scheme, which is shown in view A as well. Do you see that?
Yes.
Albeit in wireline. Now, there's nothing explained in your evidence about how that or any other cumulative effect influenced the design of your scheme, is there?
No.
No, thank you. And if you look at that view, you'd accept fairly, wouldn't you, Mr. Patel, that we can agree or disagree over the scale of it, but if the landmark rule of the tower is to dominate and command, there will be a degree of reduction in that rule in this view, won't there?
Well, the nature of how the landmark building is seen now will change. You often get a townscape view where a church spire sits within an urban enclosure which is taller and still has the same importance because of its form, detail, and its location. It's not necessarily the amount of sky.
Mr. Patel, sorry. Insofar as the point that you've agreed of the tower was to serve as a landmark which dominated its surroundings, your scheme and the Tesco scheme seen in combination would have a degree of reduction in that rule, wouldn't it?
It could be it can be a degree of reduction in the role or emphasizing its importance by its special shape by the urban enclosure around it. It works both ways.
Well, just to be clear, can you answer my question? There will be a degree of reduction in that landmark dominating rule, won't
yes.
there? Thank you. And then if we stay in this document, and one quick point on view C, the other side on Sion Lane, ma'am, it's page 49. That's it. Thank you. Again, quick point. The stepping back that you have sought to use or deploy as a design feature on the corner, one can see that from this view you're actually stepping up with the use of the tall building rather than stepping back in this view. So the stepping back doesn't have any effect in this view on Sion Lane, does it?
But again, go back to the comment that it's a kinetic experience walking through it, and the relationship with the tower, the LED tower would change as you walk around the building. This is
yes,
one.
obviously, yes. But in this view, you'll also be aware of the Tesco scheme on your left. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Very much right. Final questions, please. Other buildings. Now let's see if I can do this quickly, given the time that we have.
Is this finished with now?
Yes, it is, ma'am. Thank you. You referred in your evidence to other buildings in the Golden Mile, including the industrial buildings built in the 1920s, correct?
Yeah.
And we know that they would include the Art Deco style buildings of the NatWest and the former Coty factory, now Sion, correct?
Yes.
And I think from the way you described it, is that you'd accept there's a form of shared character between these buildings, partly due to the time of their construction. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
The scale is generally low at 2 to 3 stories, correct?
Yes.
And they generally have a horizontal emphasis, but with some vertical accent, correct?
Yes.
With the exception of the tower, the Gillette Tower. Okay, so again, perhaps without getting out some visual material, given the difficulty we've had, you'd accept, wouldn't you, that the design move of placing more height on the east in Block B has introduced a scale which is uncharacteristic of those listed buildings?
It fits. It responds to the context of Great West Road. There are taller buildings along Great West Road, but they're not referred to the listed buildings you just talked about. Yes.
So can you answer, okay, I'll come to the Great West Road shortly, but you accept that that design move of placing more height on the east has introduced a scale which is uncharacteristic of those listed buildings, correct?
It's uncharacteristic of listed buildings, but not the context.
Okay, well, I'll come on to that later. So there have been attempts made to reference the sort of 1930s streamline style in the corner building, introduces an Art Deco style in the corner building that you mentioned in your evidence, but that does not affect the fact that the scale doesn't share the characteristics of local heritage buildings. It's fair, isn't it?
It's a different scale, yes.
Yes. And in your evidence in chief, you referred to the verticality, the use of the Art Deco motif to introduce verticality in the particularly the windows, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Again, that focus on verticality is inconsistent with the general horizontal emphasis, but with a degree of vertical accent in the local heritage buildings, isn't it?
The local heritage Art Deco buildings are of different, play a different tune in depending on the size and what they're trying to do. As does the Gillette Tower itself, which you talked about. We drew reference for the Art Deco, not just from these 3 buildings, but other buildings which I included in my proof, and where vertical Art Deco buildings often played up the large apertures that they created by emphasizing verticality, and that's what we've done.
Sorry, but the emphasis of Art Deco motifs to emphasize verticality is inconsistent with the generally horizontal approach taken to those buildings. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it's different from the Art Deco buildings next to us, but it's similar to Art Deco buildings for other references.
Okay, and again, just one. I'll hesitate to ask it. Actually, I'll leave this question for another witness. Final point. You made reference to the emerging context, and in your proof, you deal with that at 3.10.4, please.
And the DAS or the proof?
In the proof, and one can see.
So what page indicate, Mr. Linus?
32, Mr. Patel.
Sorry, you're breaking away. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, page 32.
32, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, we see that there are other buildings there, the Sky Group, Boulder Academy, Great West Road, Northumberland Avenue. One notices the scale of those buildings in those pictures. And then one goes down to the next page, page 33, and there's particular reference to Albany Riverside and Citron. You see that? Those 2 pictures, figures 3.57, 3.59.
Yeah.
We can obviously check this out. Now, the inspector's aware of it already, but none of the taller schemes that you are referring to, Mr. Patel, are in the vicinity or in the immediate vicinity of the application site, are they?
No, they're not.
No. Citron is on the other side of Kew Bridge, for a lot further to the east, isn't it?
Yes.
And Albany's off Brentford High Street, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So none of the existing content that you mentioned identify buildings anything like the scale that you're proposing here, do they?
Well, in fact, if you go from our side to the east, you have got some taller office buildings, the 60s buildings, etc., which run through and describe the Golden Mile. The context is not immediately 200 meters around our site. It's also a longer context in how you experience the Great West Roads as you come down. The whole range of taller buildings that align Great West Roads as you're coming from London.
Yeah. But none of the taller schemes that you rely upon in your proof are in the vicinity of the site, are they?
They're not in the proof, but they exist on site.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Sorry that took longer. That was an embarrassingly wide of the mark estimation, but I apologise.
Okay. Do you have a feel for timing for Mr. Adams?
Hopefully shorter, ma'am. I mean, if it's the case that, I don't know how we're doing on timing, but if it's the case that we hear Mr. Adams and I'm cross-examining tomorrow, I may well be able to cut things down as I look through my notes and revise them. But I'd hope to be shorter in any event.
We'll see where we get to. It might be that we hear from Mr. Adams later this afternoon. I don't know. It will depend on others, and lunch might be a bit too late.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. So it's obvious time to take a break. When we come back after lunch, Ms. Striak, it'll be your opportunity. Are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Your opportunity to ask questions of this witness. Does your timing of around 45 minutes still stand?
I think 30 minutes would suffice, depending on the responses.
Yeah, okay. So it's just gone 1 o'clock now. If we resume, shall we say 1:45? Does that give people sufficient time, sufficient break from the screen? Or I'm happy with 2 o'clock if people would prefer. I'm in your hands.
2 o'clock, please.
2 o'clock's fine. Okay, Mr. Patel, I just need to remind you that you're still on the stand undergoing cross-examination, and there are rules. I don't know how familiar you are with proceedings. You understand the rules. You can't speak to anyone else on your side about the your evidence.
Evidence, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Righty-ho, until 2 o'clock then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Who have we got?
Afternoon, ma'am.
There we go. Okay, anything arisen over the adjournment?
No.
No? Okay. So hand over to you then, Mr. Jack, for your questions for Mr. Patel on his evidence.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Patel.
Good afternoon.
Hello. So I've got a few questions for you, and then my colleague, Mr. Zekri, will have a few questions for you, if that's all right.
Lovely, thank you.
So I would like to refer to the OGRA proof of evidence on the overdevelopment and character of the area, if I may, which is ID 1.14.2. But if it's not to hand, I can read it.
Sorry, so which?
So it's ID 1.14.2, but it's the OGRA's proof of evidence on overdevelopment and out of character.
So that's at tab 3. Okay, yes.
Sorry, I don't seem to have in hand. I've got 3A and the summary here. What page is it on?
Yeah, and that's the one about overdevelopment and out of character with the area.
Okay.
And and I'm looking at paragraph 2.2.
Yes.
Okay, so and I think we state there an example of appropriate bulk and height for the area is the 5-storey access storage development at Gillette Corner, opposite the existing Homebase site, which was approved by the London Borough of Hounslow in 2020, and I give the reference there. And the quote is the quote from the decision is: the scheme is considered to accord with the NPPF, the London Plan and local plan policies, noting its setback street frontage and its close proximity to other taller historic buildings. So then we go on to say, a few years earlier, a planning application for an 11-storey building on that site, and I give the application number there, and that's ID 1.14.18, but that was refused on the grounds of, and I quote, its position, size, scale, mass, design and external experience would be an intrusive development, out of scale and character with a prevailing pattern of development in the locality, would cause harm to the character of the wider area, as well as having a serious and adverse effect on the amenities enjoyed by occupants of neighbouring properties. And its location, scale and size would cause harm to the setting of nearby designated heritage assets. Now, Mr. Patel, presumably you were aware that there was this application for the 11-storey building and that it was refused.
Yeah.
So your scheme proposes buildings on that site, on the Homebase site, ranging from 4 to 17 stories, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like you to tell us what has materially changed between 2017 and now to suggest that 11 stories was not appropriate then, but 17 stories should be acceptable now.
Every planning application is considered on a series of different merits that need to be looked at. Our scheme has been appropriately judged to secure planning permission for a series of merits which I'll describe. It's about this site fulfilling. It's a large site in a substantial site in a very important regeneration area. It's fulfilling the potential of optimizing that site to deliver quality housing for people to live and make a positive contribution to the context. We have designed a scheme which responds to the context we find ourselves in, which is the Great West Road, Sign Lane, and the other various edges, and have come up with an urban proposition that justifies that scheme. Each scheme has to be judged on the merits of where it sits in and what it's trying to do.
So I'm wondering then why an 11-storey building just across the road was refused planning permission. Sorry, I still don't understand why 17 stories across the road is acceptable opposite the Homebase site, a heritage asset, whereas the 11-storey building wasn't acceptable.
This is a large site suitable for important regeneration in the area. The immediate buildings around us are generally set away from the site boundary. I've discussed and presented today the distances it has set from the Great West Road on 2 junctions on from Scion Lane, which makes it possible to come with an urban proposition which justifies the density.
Well, I'd like to ask you to ask whether you would agree that the conclusion about the 11-storey access storage building in the Hounslow Planning Officer's report could also apply to your proposed development on the basis of its position, size, scale, mass, design and appearance, and that it would be an intrusive development and would cause harm to the Gillette building.
No, I cannot say that, because it's a different context. I just described it's a different context we're working through. We've got a different scale of site, it's in a regeneration area, and he's doing different things.
What different things?
Well, it's providing it's a large substantial brownfield site, which is qualified by the GLA. It is a site to intensify residential is needed in the area, and London needs the houses. We've designed the scheme to create quality homes while making references back to the heritage and the context. That decides what we do on our site.
So in that case,
and it's positioned in a slightly different context from the 11-storey building. I describe the setting for our building, the grain it sits on, and the width of space it has around it from its immediate context.
So would the access storage site then also qualify to have a 17-storey building on there?
No, the access storage site sits on a different hierarchy of spaces that our scheme does, and it sits amongst party wall condition, so boundary wall conditions with semi-detached houses. We don't.
How does the context of that area differ? They're both in the opportunity area.
Well, it might be an opportunity area, but the physical dimensions of what sits around the two proposals are completely different.
And what about the possible harm to the setting of the nearby designated heritage assets, which was one of the reasons for the refusal of the 11-storey access storage building?
Well, I can't comment on an application that was passed a while ago. That is not my job. I can only talk about the design I have been part of on the Homebase side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patel. I'll hand you over now to my colleague, Mr. Zikri.
Thank you.
Let me show this. You can get it.
I haven't got it to hand.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for taking my questions. Mr. Patel, thank you for the presentation that you gave us this morning. I've got just a few questions. Hopefully they will not take too long to answer. My first question is about the Podium Gardens. In your scheme, you propose that a very large proportion of the amenity areas is located on the Podium. And I'd like you please to turn to your proof of evidence, A3 document, page 80. Yes. And 81, they're side by side, by the way. So it's figure 5.40 and figure 5.41. You describe these areas as a series of gardens for residents spread across the roof of the podium at level 4. They show area designated for children play and residents use as well. Can you please tell us very briefly, if possible, what is the justification for locating these open spaces at podium level? And can you please give us precedences for using this approach in a similar setting as the one that we have on this site?
Thank you for the question. Yes, as you see, drawing 5.41 on page 81 illustrates how we've arranged on that podium level two things: a residential grain to house a number of homes of different tenure, and how we arrange the open space around it in order to create for the residential homes aspect, outlook, and a provision for those homes to spill out and occupy that
sorry
space.
to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. My question is, what is the justification and the reason for locating this area at level 4?
The reason that area is on level 4 is because the scheme as designed has on the ground floor to a retail store. It has a couple of other ancillary floors in between, and this is the floor at which the vast majority of the residential buildings sit. So it's creating a place for the residential buildings to be in, just like
Yes.
with a flat piece of ground.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, this is very obvious, but it's not real justification, because if you have open spaces and you want them to be accessible, the best place is the ground floor, and you develop your scheme around that philosophy.
That's not true.
Why?
Because we have a space we've developed around where people arrive from the various entrances or from the super lobby and can walk to the space and enter each building around along the podium wherever they want to.
No, I'm sorry, it's up to you as the architect to develop the site in a way that looks after the interest of your client, the developer, as well as people to have ready-made access to the ground floor.
Okay, Mr. Zikri, you've asked Mr. Patel the question, so you do need to allow him a chance to answer it.
Yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
It is perfectly common now to have buildings which have a functional ground floor which is different from the residential sits on top of it, and they have the similar arrangement of having buildings and gardens together on the higher level, and people enter the building on the ground floor, go up a lift hall and get access to the garden and the buildings. This is a perfectly tried and tested model around London and many other places.
Can you give us, because in your report or proof of evidence, you give lots of precedences about building typology and so on, but you've not given us a precedence about having gardens at high level that are supposed to generate a sense of community.
The reason they're not featured in my DAS is because it is a common typology, and I will come back to you and furnish you with images of references for this typology.
Yes, please. Yes, please. My second point, still on the Podium Gardens. Do you know the proximity of the Podium Gardens from the Heathrow flight path?
Yes.
So what is it?
I don't know the dimension, but I know that the Heathrow flight path for the whole of Hounslow, depending where you are, is very close. And that experience of being outside in a space with this Hounslow or Hawthorne Park is exactly the same.
Yeah, can I just say that having lived in this area for many, many years, the flight path of Heathrow, when the northern runway is used, is immediately above the Homebase site. Like if you park your car just in the car park and you happen to come across somebody that you know, and the plane passes by, you can't talk to them, you can't listen to anything. And to follow on from there, if you put all your podium gardens and level 4, they're going to be immediately subject to this noise level that is definitely unacceptable. I know you will have visited this site on many occasions. So would you know what kind of noise level, in ballpark terms, you'd experience if you're standing in that podium garden area?
I'm sorry, I do not have the information to hand with me. We worked as part of a multidisciplinary team where we have specific people who have expertise in this area, and they have advised us, and we've carried out that advice through. And I will maybe in the roundtable pick this up with you and furnish you with that information.
I'm sorry, this is a fundamental issue because, and it's in the public domain, because Hounslow being under the influence of flight path, this is in the public domain and it's between 55 and 60 dB. You'll find this information not only on the public domain, but in the proof of evidence produced on behalf of Tetra Tech, appointed by Hounslow, and Bureau Happold. They all those three sources quote 55 to 60 dB.
Mr. Zikri, I'm sorry to interrupt you now, but we've got a round table session on living conditions, and that includes noise levels. And that's what Mr. Patel was saying, that he can deal with evidence to do with that maybe during that session. This is more
understand
about
that, ma'am.
This is more about the design of the home-based scheme.
I'm talking about strategy, actually, of having an area which is subject to it's not highly technical, really, because this is an area subject to aircraft noise, and the fact that the building massing, which is articulating this area and creating the canyon effect that would make that noise level even worse. And finally, on the noise, I'm sure that Mr. Patel would know that when the northern runway is used, you have up to 40 planes an hour, which is a lot. So if you combine that with what the wind is doing in this open area, the wind report, and again, I don't wish to be technical because that would be the place and the time for another session. It says very clearly that there are 8 locations in that area where instances of strong wind will be experienced, and this space will only be used during the summer. So my point is that if we take the combination of aircraft noise and windiness, if I may use this term, those spaces I would suggest are not fit for the purpose they're designed for. Finally, Mr. Patel, you would know that there are solar panels proposed for the scheme, and they are the only source of renewable energy on the site, and we can't see anywhere where these have been plotted on the roof areas.
I haven't got the drawing here to illustrate that. There's maybe something I can follow through with you to show you where they are.
Yeah, I would have thought that this is an important part of the evidence that you're presenting. Just as an aside.
Mr. Zick, just hold on. So where on the building do you anticipate them going, Mr. Patel?
I haven't got the drawing in front of me to remind me where they are at the moment. We're part of a discussion where they're moved around depending on where we've got access to roof terraces, etc. So I would need to produce that drawing and make it available for you to look at.
So you don't have a drawing at the moment that shows us where they are?
No, I haven't got one here. My apologies.
There is one.
There will be one, yes.
Yeah, but it's not included in the proof of evidence. One final point, ma'am, if I may, that the wind report shows something very, very important here. They insist on having 1.5 meter high balustrades and 2 meter high screens and canopies. for the whole of this roof amenity areas, and that's not shown on any of the drawings in the proof of evidence.
Again, I need to come back to you and just check that and check the drawings. Come back to you on that.
Yes, please. I'm coming to the end of my questions really within the next 10 minutes. And ma'am, if I may, I'd like to ask a question on facades. And I'm going to be very specific, is on page 108 of the proof of evidence. No, sorry. Sorry, I've got
different reference.
103.
Sorry, 103. My apologies.
No problem.
There we go.
Yeah, 103. My apologies, and it's figure 5139.
Sorry, page 103 and what?
Yeah. Figure 5.139.
Okay, yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
this is block A in its majesty, if I may call it this way. But now it's interesting because looking at this facade, it tells us that that is going to be it's a substantial facade that's fully glazed, and it's very obvious that will be a source of glare in an eastward direction. So would Mr. Patel agree that this is a safety concern?
If I may answer that question, the facade you're looking at, just for a matter of, for record, it isn't all glazed. There's quite a lot of louvers for ventilation set up for the car park in that facade you can see along the Great West Road. The majority of the glazing is on ground floor, and it comes onto the curved apex and runs along that facade. That facade glazing would be specified to ensure there isn't glare to motorists or pedestrians that walk around.
And how would that be done? Because we hear about the walkie-talkie in the city when Rafael Vinoli, the architect, ignored the advice given to him about glare with dire consequences. So how do you propose to mitigate that in strategy? I'm not talking about detail here, I'm just in strategy.
The issue with glare is, one is reflection. What Rafael Vinoli had, ma'am, I don't know if you're aware of the walkie-talkie building in the city has been talked about. It was actually designed as a concave facade in glass, and because it's concave, it attracted light, reflected back again and focused to a midpoint, and that's where the glare came from, and that's where the potential of fire came from here. This isn't a concave facade, it's a flat facade, and actually it's convex even on the curve, so we don't envisage to have that problem.
Yeah, but being convex, actually, it was scattered the reflections on a much wider area too.
I don't think they're going to be particularly reflective in the sense that we can treat the glass to make sure that it isn't as reflective as you think it might be a problem. So I think something we can work through and look at it.
Yeah, but it's not included in your proof of evidence.
I think the specification of the glass comes through at a later stage.
No, I understand that, but just specifically to say that there might be a glare issue and we're aware of it and we're going to try to solve it. One final question.
Sorry, can I just answer that? Can I answer that?
Sure. Sure.
Any glass will be reflective. Any glass, any surface will be reflective.
I understand.
So that's the reason we don't say it, but we would ensure that the design would not cause any undue harm to anybody around in the area.
Okay, thank you. That's my final question, ma'am, if I may. On the facade design itself and anatomy of the facade, do you believe that your large facade that is substantially glazed has genuine and verifiable sustainable credentials?
Yes, we designed to make sure we do that.
Well, I do not wish to discuss this now.
Yes.
But we've looked at the analysis and very little has been done to make the facade more efficient. And the engineers have been playing gymnastics to try to reduce the energy use, but we'll come to that perhaps later. Do you agree that the facade is the first and most important line of defense against climate in an energy critical era? So what role do you believe your facade has played in this respect? That's the first line of defense.
Well, climate change and sustainability is the key element of our design. It influences how we've laid building out, how the spaces and the buildings will be used to future-proof them for the future, how the buildings are put together, the materials we put the buildings together are all very important elements for climate change and sustainability. And important how the facades have been developed to ensure we use natural materials in the form of brick and the various other elements that make the facade up, so that they function, perform well, they weather well, and we've used natural materials, brick as a key element for the whole scheme. So climate change sustainability is of very importance for the whole building, not just facades.
Yeah, thank you. I don't. That's not convincing, because your facade as a first line of defense. There are two issues actually, and there's, I mean, it's not in a sense rocket science. You either reduce the areas of glass, or you have very high performance glass, or even triple glazing, and none of that feature in your design. But we'll move on. The last thing I want to say on that side, in that context, is the fact that I look at this facade, and it's not necessarily this curved facade, and I look at other facade around the site, and I can't see a big difference between the facade you're offering and the facade that I've seen over the last 20 years in the year 2000.
So can you clarify which facades you're comparing this facade with?
Yeah, I'm comparing it with facades that have been generated by architects and other design teams over the last 15 years, where what I've been talking about, which is improving the areas of glass, reducing the areas of glass, have been pushed to almost stretching the boundaries, and I don't see them here.
Well, as you remember, the new building regs do specify how we design facades, the proportion of glass and the performances, and the heat gain and amount of daylight that's come through each of the rooms as the sun travels around. We use all of those issues to inform the design of the facades, to make sure that we're fulfilling the daylight levels throughout the year for the homes, ensuring they have a fantastic thermal performance, making sure that detail well and last well. And the proportion of glass to solid has changed enormously in the last 5 years, and this building reflects that.
Yeah, I have one final question, but before going on to that, I'll comment on what you just said. You're implying that you're meeting the regulations religiously, and you're using that as your starting point. Suffice to say that if you look at buildings that we know about that are very popular, all in the public domain, the starting point is always to beat the regulation, the Part A regulation, by 20%. But I'll move on. We could discuss that some other time.
Mr. Zikri, just to confirm that this part of the inquiry is you being able to ask questions of Mr. Patel on his evidence, rather than you making comments and your thoughts about your own evidence as such. So you will have the opportunity to say what you want, to give me your thoughts about everything, but you need to confine those to the relevant bits of the inquiry. This is just an opportunity for you to ask questions of Mr. Patel on his evidence.
Thank you, ma'am. I was making those comments because there was an absence in the proof of evidence on anything that talks to energy and sustainability. As far as the architect is concerned, because the architect as a design team leader gets advice from various parties, but he has to do his bit as well. So I was making it in that context. My final question is that we, having looked at this, again, figure 5.139. Do you think, Mr. Patel, that you at night you might have a light pollution problem that would be accentuated by the fact that if you're traveling at night, particularly from west to east, and you'll be seeing on your right the grade 2 listed Gillette building, and on your right block A. Do you believe that light pollution is going to be an issue, bearing in mind that the ground floor, as you quite rightly said, which is Tesco, has got a very high proportion of glass?
I don't believe there'll be a problem with glare and light, because that would be that we'll be designing something to make sure there's no glare problem from light pollution. I think as you drive from west to east, the Gillette building is much further away. It still has got substantial amount of glass. It perhaps probably has more glass than this building, because part of this facade on the northern edge you see in here is more or less solid, and I think probably has less glass than the Gillette building. But we will make sure that it doesn't have a glass pollution.
You will not say, you're saying that there will be no light pollution?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else online who has any? I'm not quite sure who's with us with access to in terms of members of the public to ask questions. Are there any members of the public who have any questions for this witness who are on the line? Oh, okay. I've just got a couple of questions then. One stemmed from a question Mr. Zikri just asked, and I don't think you gave an answer to it.
Yeah.
The question you were asked was how, it was about the gardens at the podium level. How do you believe that generates a sense of community at that level?
Yes. Well, we believe this create a sense of community because of the quantum of the space, how the buildings have been arranged around it, with all the cores opening up off the space. The space is irrigated with a series of pedestrian routes to go between buildings. Pockets of large and small spaces are created for people to inhabit and occupy it, from seats to larger green spaces, and play areas have been dedicated within the area to ensure that it's a space that caters for all ages throughout the day, throughout the year.
Okay, so while we're on the gardens, are they intended to be just for the occupiers of the development, or to the wider community as well?
Due to their location on the 4th floor, they are only accessible to the community that lives immediately around it, on the podium and in the building.
Yeah. Okay. And then your plans, I can't remember which one it is, but shows the spaces there. The vast majority of the space is shown as play area.
Yes, so there's a combination. The play area, it's themed to be sort of natural features to engender play and be kind of creative on how those spaces are used by using natural elements. There will be some area where there is specific play equipment for the lower ages.
I understand that. I was thinking more about other people who might also be using the space, would be looking for quieter space maybe rather than play space. So what I'm saying is it all seems to be play space rather than, I don't know, multifunction. I don't mean multifunction, for different users.
Yeah. Sorry. We identified in the plan you've seen, ma'am, on figure 5.41 on page 81, areas which where the 5-year play will be probably 5-year play, and the 5 to 11 year plays will be dictated. The 5 to 11 play will be much more freer open space that most people can occupy, and play can happen between. And even in the 5 years, some of the areas will only have dedicated play equipment set within that. So it's all flexible play space.
Yes, but it's all aimed at children.
No, I think there would be opportunities for adults to occupy it, occupy part of the green areas, and especially the blue areas to be picked out as well. and some of the hard spaces by the community centre.
So the space for adults is the hard space by the community centre.
Yeah, and then there is the.
And then you're saying some of the 12 years.
Yeah, and I think the 5 to 11 could be also a flexible area where people can occupy if the kids are with the children at the same time. They're not. It fulfills all the GLA targets.
It fulfills what, sorry?
The GLA requirements for space provision for all those users.
So those requirements don't need separate play space.
They don't require separate space because it's meant to be a flexible use of space. And obviously, as I said, some area would have particular equipment, but it will all be open to everyone to enjoy.
Okay. Thank you. My other question was the relationship of the site to the Skoda site, but Linus has already taken us there, I think. That's it from me. Thank you very much. Mr. Warren, anything in re-examination?
I've got a few points, ma'am. I hope it won't take very long. Just on that last point, just to give you a reference, I think you were looking, or Mr. Patel certainly was looking at the drawing that he had up in his slides with the play space and the little blue dotted area. Just for your note, if you look at the landscape strategy document in due course, there are areas on that which reflect the discussions about areas for adults. But the focus of the particular drawing, I think, that Mr. Patel was looking at was slightly different. But that point about if you want to, do the Times crossword, will you be drowned out? That has been dealt with, and you'll see specific areas.
CD reference for that document.
Landscape. The wrong document open. May I come back to you briefly? One of my team tell me that, and I'll give it to you in due course. Right, yes, and one other reference, ma'am. It's not really a re-examination point, but reference. When we come to the noise point about overhead Heathrow noise, CD 1.11.2. I don't know whether you want to put that together with the point that was asked in cross-examination.
1.11.2.
1.11.2, that's the chapter of the environmental statement dealing with noise, including the assessment about the outdoor play space. And there's a specific bit in there. 10.172 is the paragraph, which summarises the findings. It takes into account the overhead noise. They were more by way of references, but Mr. Patel, let me just go back. Thank you very much, ma'am. Could I just go back, please, Mr. Patel, first to the questions. You were asked by Mr. Linus about what was and wasn't in the design and access statement, sections on typology, specifically, obviously, whether there were references to heritage and taking into account potential impacts on heritage. Remember those questions. And during those questions, typology 2, it was put to you that can I ask you just to grab it? Thank you. Because you grabbed a copy of the design and access statement. You were asked a question about typology 2, and it was put to you the primary driver was addressing the Great West Road. And then there was the point, do you remember, about avoiding interference on views from Syon Park? Do you remember that? And there was the avoid interference, avoid degree of interference. And I just want to go back, please, if we can. I think it's hard copy, page 55. The design and access statement. So that's core document 1.6, ma'am.
Yeah, page 55, 5.38.
Yeah, that's right. Let's just wait till the inspector has it. Forgive me, ma'am. I should have given the. Page 55. This was the point that you were asked about in terms of the page, right? 5.3.8. Is that right? Where are we?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And it says locating the Townscape marker responds to the strategy to move the massing away from the Gillette corner, avoiding interference on views towards the Gillette Tower alongside it. And there was this part in particular that Mr. Linus was asking about. And from other key strategic views, such as Syon Park. And I just wanted to focus on those words, because in the questions that were put to you, I think I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but in some cases, Mr. Lyon has put to you views from the heritage assets. And I wanted to ask you whether there was anything in particular that was referred to in the discussions and so on with other parties, which led you and your team to describe key strategic views in that paragraph. Is there any, as it were, magic in those words or not?
It was just a general awareness of seeing general views round in the area and looking back at the building itself.
So what were the key strategic, where would one find, I guess we can pick this up with Dr. Mealy, at that point when the application was being put in, where would we go to see what were described as the key strategic views set out? Which other documents would we be looking at?
Well, the key strategic views are all set up in the set of views we agreed with the local authority, the CBIA views, which brought that into a relationship to looking at where height will be distributed.
Right.
In the round.
Okay, I've got LPA discussions TVIA written down. Okay, thank you. And then can we just stay with this document, because I want to go back slightly in the cross-examination to the first point that you were asked about on the design and access statement, and that was a similar kind of point. It stemmed from the questions about the brief.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yes.
And then you were taken to this document and you were asked about, I don't ask you to go to it, page 39 and the vision.
You're breaking
and it was
up.
there was
Sorry.
something which you accepted.
You're breaking up.
We
I'm really
can't
sorry.
hear you.
I'm really sorry. Sorry, ma'am. I'm afraid it's not perfect here, the broadband. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So you were asked about page 39, the vision. I don't ask you to go there, but then you were taken to page 51 of this document. Could we just go there, please?
Yeah.
And that's headed design development. Do you see that? Are you with me?
Yes.
And it's the key design principles. And the point that was being put to you was that it, not in the text here, referred to anything to do with heritage or taking into account potential impact on heritage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The key design principles.
Yeah.
I'd like to go, please, to it's not very much further on. If you go on to page 63 in the same document.
Yes.
In passing, you'll see section 6 is called scale and appearance. So I'm particularly thinking about the issue between us on height and visibility and so on. When you get to section 6, it's called scale and appearance. And it begins on page, did I say 63? 62, forgive me, page 62. With a heading, scale and appearance, 6.1, scale and massing. And then it says 6.1.1, the massing strategy has been designed to, and it talks about creating a building that integrates in the local context and the wider townscape context and a positive relationship between the building and the local heritage. Do you see that?
Yes.
You see that? And so if we go on through, you can see how the various buildings are analysed in this. And we turn on to page 63. On the right-hand side of the page, there's a specific section on scale, townscape and heritage. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we look at 6.2.3, I think the specific, I mean, it may have been a general point about all of the assets, but if we're thinking in particular of the further afield ones, Syon Park and Osterley and so on, what references do we find in that paragraph there?
Well, we're clearly describing here how the development sits sensitively, recognizing the heritage context of the site, including the variety of listed buildings, as well as the registered landscapes, including Osterley Park and Syon Park. The impact of the proposed scheme on this heritage asset had been tested through a wide range of viewpoints, including from within the Osterley Park and Syon Park.
I mean, I just wanted to put that together with the questions you were asked about the typology section and ask you really for clarification. when one reads the design and access, your design and access statement, is one finding in the typologies section or all of the explanation about what you took into account in relation to the heights and scale of the building?
No, it doesn't. It it doesn't. It's spread through the document at different places, and obviously that assessment also included with the TVIA view, which is a separate document, but should be read in conjunction with this document.
So I think one final point in the context then of that answer, which is if you go back, please, we covered this, I think, in your evidence in chief, but if you go back to page 36.
36 of the
Yes,
design and access statement.
Same document, ma'am. Same document. Page 36. There's a section described as evaluation, which comes before, I think, the section on building typologies that you were being asked about. Yeah. What's the last of the key context attributes to take into account when developing the design strategy? What's the last bullet point in that list?
Creating a positive frontage to both Great West Road and Sion Lane.
Sorry, I'm at 3. Maybe you've got a long list of me. I'm looking at 3.1.2. 3.1.2 in site constraints.
Sorry, yeah, it's page 36. It's views from historic parks and landscape, including Sion Park and Oxley Park. Yeah, okay. Stated that.
All right, thank you. Yes, you were asked about those points on what was and wasn't in the key principles and what we did and didn't see in various paragraphs of the design and access statement. You were also asked, you'll remember, Mr. Patel, about discussions with the DRP, presentations to the DRP, and the discussions with Historic England.
Yes.
So what I want to come back to is the questions that you were asked about the degree to which the scheme was formalised or its fundamentals had been decided upon at various stages. So could I just ask you, in relation to the interactions with the DRP, okay, the DRP presentations, at that stage, was the scheme fixed when you presented?
The first DRP was done on with the pre-app when the scheme was in gestation.
Right. And in relation to the Historic England involvement, and we know when that was, you were taken to that by Mr. Linus, and it was put to you, do you remember that the fundamentals had been designed by then? And you said yes. And I just want to explore what that means, because here, obviously, in terms of Historic England's case, we are concerned about the relationships between designated assets in the main and the height and scale of the taller bits, in particular, of the scheme. Now, when you say the fundamentals had been designed by the time Historic England were consulted, does that mean, or does that not mean, that the scheme had been, as it were, finalised and there was nothing more to discuss at that point?
The scheme wasn't finalised. The height was always variable. We're constantly testing views and adjusting height in different places, moving massing around as we go through the consultation. It wasn't fixed.
And you were asked about the towpath in particular, because do you remember? Yeah. You were taken, you don't need to go back to this, but you were taken to your 5.12.8, ma'am, for your note, 5.12.8. And then you were asked about the Historic England's request for further investigation of views from Kew and views from the towpath. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we obviously got in front of us all the documents with their dates on, but in terms of what you as the scheme architect and the team thought about what those further investigations showed, so the visualizations from the towpath, the AVR work showing how much of the scheme would be visible from the towpath, what effect did those have? I mean, how did those feed into your thinking about the scheme when they were done, when that work was done?
We were always aware of the context. We were aware of the degree of visibility the scheme would have in those contexts, because we walk around the site and evolve the scheme. It was not a surprise.
Not a surprise. Okay. And so how did it? I mean, I know this is probably implied in what you said, but just spell it out. What did that mean for how you thought about the height and scale of the scheme at that point?
The scheme was carefully considered in the run through all the views through, and when we're developing those views, we were aware of the different points from which along the Thames part would be seen. We were obviously, as designers, aware of the visibility the scheme would have through it, and in seeing those drawings crystallized, the CGIs crystallized, it was not a surprise to us, and we were not shocked by it.
Not shocked, right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I'm just checking to see whether there's anything else. Yes, I think there's one other point I want to ask you about, and it comes from the section of cross-examination, Mr. Patel, that you had with Mr. Linus on the DRP. And you were taken to the DRP's letter after the 18th of January meeting, the one of the 28th of January.
Yes.
I don't know whether you had that to hand, didn't you, at the time, I think?
I did not have that time, but I've got some notes that refer back to it.
Okay. Let me see, and we can check this against the note, ma'am. I'll do my best at the moment, and we can obviously come back to this if there's any difficulty with it. What I'm interested in, you were asked about whether you accepted that at that point, January 2021, the DRP retained or had fundamental concerns. Do you remember? About
Yes.
the scheme?
Yes.
You said yes to that. And then you went on to talk about how the DRP's views would be considered and weighed and so on in the team's assessment. And you said that you looked at it in the round and took into account heights and so on. But I just wanted to understand, at that point, there's a point that you were it was read out to you, I think, by Mr. Linus, about the shape of the 17-storey tower, B1.
Yes.
Do you remember? There was
Yes.
a point about it, maybe its proportions not
Yes.
being what the DRP would ideally like, and suggesting that that be looked at again. Can you recall, and obviously if you can't, then it can be checked, at that stage, was the DRP saying that the scheme overall was too high? The scheme, the 17, 15-storey towers were too high in the townscape?
The DRP consistently on the first DRP and second DRP held the view of that height can exist in the northeast corner. At occasions, they suggested it might be better if the building was taller and would look better in proportion and more elegant. And by doing thus, we could readjust the height from other parts of the area.
Yeah. So, I mean, you accepted, I think, in answer to one of Mr. Linus's questions, that I think it was the first point under this heading. DRP views very important, and it was important to try and address them. You had a number of meetings as you discussed with them, and in so far as one of the important points here is the height of the scheme and its visibility from various points in the area. What on heights did you draw consistently from the advice you were getting from the DRP?
We started on the northeast corner at about 16-storey, and it went up by 1 story, which is a mere 17. And when we presented that to the DRP thought that they were not sure about the proportion of the building. They thought a taller building might better, it got even taller. But we always retained the modest height of 17 in order to ensure that it worked well within the context.
And was there anything, let me just be clear about the overall answer, in terms of, that's certainly, we can see that in the documents in relation to 16 and 17 on block B1, in terms of the rest of the B blocks or the modulated heights that you ended up with on the frontage to Scion Lane, was the advice of the DRP that it was too tall in those locations or not?
I cannot remember their comment at all. I think they made a comment that block C could drop in height, which is a block that sits by the station junction, and height could be put further back towards the east of the eastern edge of the site, including the northeast corner.
Good.
So do you have
Thank you very
the
much.
ID reference for that DRP letter, please?
Yeah, I do. Let's go back.
I did have it up earlier, but
Yeah, forgive me, ma'am. It's just gone off my screen. It's. Give me one moment.
CD3.
Yeah.
Yeah, CD 3.12.
Yes, I'm just checking that, ma'am. I think that's right.
28th of January letter, yeah.
Yes, that's the one. Thank you, ma'am. That's right. 3.12. That's it. That's it, ma'am. In terms of the examination, I'm very grateful. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you
Patel.
very much. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
So we're 3 o'clock now. Seems to me that it would make a good use of time if we could hear from Mr. Adams. How long do you anticipate?
I think he could be a similar length of time to Mr. Patel. So, yeah, I'm with you in terms of making the best use of time. It's quite. I think we're right on the cusp, actually, of whether it would be the best thing to do to have him now or first thing tomorrow morning. I'm in your hands about it. I think
I prefer to make progress where we can, as long as it doesn't adversely affect anyone's case. I'm not trying to rush things or anything. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't overrun anywhere.
No. I mean, he's programmed for tomorrow, I think, at the moment, or on the. I know that they're flexible, but on the program, I think. I'm just conscious of
Mr. Spence. We're likely to be longer. So on Friday, we've got Mr. Spence, 2.5 hours in chief, 1.5 hours cross-examination by yourself.
Very much the upper bound, I think.
Counsel, not sure. We've got an hour for Mr. Forbes Laird in chief. Not much in the way of crossing, but 2.5, 3.5, 4, 5. So you're looking around about six hours or so sitting time on Friday.
Yes.
So I mean, it might. I think we would have trouble bringing Mr. Spence forward and not interrupting his evidence in chief.
Yes. No, I'm with you. I don't know. It's obviously not for me to say how long he should be in chief.
We've probably got enough time tomorrow to do everything.
I think we have. I mean, you can see from the way that I'm responding, ma'am, that I'm not, asking for any particular reason not to start Mr. Adams now. I think from my point of view, it would be slightly preferable, I have to say, given that it's a different site and there's quite a lot of detail. We've had quite a long
he keeps it all together. Okay, I'm happy with that.
If you don't mind, ma'am.
Not at all. So for I can't remember the late Miss Shuttleworth is putting a note on the council's website then. So tomorrow we'll be hearing the design evidence in relation to the Tesco site. That's the evidence of Marcus Adams in chief, and then cross-examination by Historic England and the Residents Association.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else before I adjourn?
Just to note, ma'am, that stray document, the one we had 2 of at 1.10, that's been corrected. So if people go to that now, it should be the Homebase one rather than the Tesco one. I apologise. That wasn't right.
Did you need to come back on anything on that, Mr. Linus?
No, ma'am, I don't think so. If I have any questions in relation to that, I can pick them up with other witnesses.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Until 9:30 tomorrow morning then.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.